can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome to King's Resort. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit Spring Festival, and we're watching the No Limit Hold'em Monsterstack Gold Ring number 6. We are down to just 24 players from 910 players that started. All of these players that are left in the field are guaranteed over 2,000, but it's close to 90,000 first place payout. This graphic you see on your screen is the chip count for the feature table. That's the table we're going to start with. We're going to be concentrating on this particular table, one of 3. 8 players, a couple of familiar faces, a couple of real standout players, and that's seat 1, the chip leader, I believe, on the table. 5.3 million, Martin Karimov. That's the short stack. Yerk, who we featured last night. We have the Italian Alfredo there on the left of your screen. And that is Zhang Chen, hugely experienced. Did get lucky, we have to say, against Cardano last night, A6. Incredible hand. Cardano snapped him off with the ace-jack. 6 and a jack on the flop. And then the turn card left Cardano drawing to a 2-outer, which he never hit. That's all history. We're going to be concentrating on this table, short stack, who's sitting on about 12 bigs. Yorkspad folds. This is Alfredo. He's made some progress on the outer tables. He's well above average. Average, I'm guessing about 3.9 million, but the graphic will tell us pretty promptly. Alexander. This is the chip leader, in fact, 7.4 million. Martin Karimov in seat 1 is second in chips on this table. King Queen, good enough for the big stack here to open. Blinds 61-20. Lucky 7. Reg in the resort, folding in the hijack. Zhang Chen, very accomplished, very tricky, but he is short 2.3 million. Sub 20 bigs. Zelo, pseudo connectors on the button. 2.6 million featured Zelo on last night's stream. Now Martin Karimov in the small blind decides King 9. No interest. No. The Italian in the big blind also surrenders. So first blood to the big stack at the table. Alexander back to back, who brings his stack up to 7.7 million. 24 remain. This is the Gold Ring number 6 event. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. This is our feature table, 8-handed, one of 3 tables in play. Alfredo, the Italian, sitting on 4.8 million folds. Lucky 7. Also above average stack. Pocket 10s, a lot of chips on this table. You would think a higher average than the other 2 outer tables in play. This is Lucky 7, pocket 10s. $270. Chen snap folds the small pair. Avoids disaster. Zelo with an ace, a7 off. It goes into the dustbin, and Martin Karimov folds the 8-7. Nono with Queen 10 in the small blind. Not interested. And Jörg, the shortest stack on the table, sub 10 bigs now behind after posting, decides not to defend with Queen 9. So you can feel it's pretty rigid already out there. It's the chip leader on the left hand side of the screen. These grey chocolate chips valued at 100,000, blues valued at 25k, and the oranges are the lowest value in play, 5k. 24 in the mix. We'll play to 16 and then we'll have a brand new feature table for you after a redraw. Alexander with the nut low under the gun Now, Song Chen, Queen 6, no good. Snap folds. But Zilo will be opening, you'd expect, in the hijack position with pocket sevens. 2.6 million stack. $260 open. That's Martin Karimov in the cutoff. Decides to flat now. Good spot here for non-no. Pocket tens on the button. Zilo opened. Flat call, very loose call here from Martin. I think he's going to get punished. This is a very sweet spot for a 3-bet. No, none. None, no. He has assurance that he's ahead of Martin. Martin, he would expect a 3-bet with a premium. He just flats the open. Now, I mean, the short stack really doesn't have a decision here. Ace 8. Could take a punt, I suppose. York folds and Fredo folds. Action back with the player from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Zilo Marins opened with sevens. Flat call from Martin Karimov on the cutoff position, and then no. And the button looks down at tens. Well, I think sevens just go in the bin here. Out of position. Multi-way pot. Not closing the action. Does surrender, and Martin getting punished here for calling very light. No, takes it down, gets a stack up over 4 million, 4.2 million. 820k profit. Well, that's like greater than 20% of the average stack. Pre-flop pot. Nothing wrong with that. Decent profit. Big stack post big blind, so lucky 7 is under the gun. You can see the average there is 3.8 million average stack. So this table certainly with a lot of blinds. Lucky 7, 4.4 million. Zhang Chen sub 20 bigs, and same stack size for Zilo, who picks up another pair. Pocket fours, early position. Difficult to play these hands. But Zilo will enter the pot, and he makes it 260 once again with pocket fours. It's folded right around to the cutoff, who just lets go of the 10-6, and now the button and blinds to play. The short stack 1.1 million. York folds and Alfredo in the small blind with Queen 5 suited. You would expect this to be folded also. Interesting, the chip leader deciding not to defend with King 8. Zelo will take that. No opposition. Takes the blinds and antes, which are equivalent to 300k. Average stack 3.8 million, 24 remain. That's the graphic showing the chip counts that just flashed in front of us. Top of that chip count was Alexander Batovac, and bottom was Jörg Spad. Now, Zelo once again, another pair, and he opens once more, 260 Martin. Well, we've seen him flat with the Queen 9 when Zelo opened a couple of hands ago. You would expect, I think, a 3-bet here. Given that Zelo has been very active, well, look at this. Martin lets go the Jack, Ace Jack, should I say, and it's no with the Jack 10. Folded around to the short stack, 1.1 million. Blind 60, 120. On the button, Alfredo. 4.5 million stack. Just tuned in to watch. What you're seeing right in front of you here is the World Series of Poker Circuit Monsterstack event. It's day 3, final day, final 24 players. This is Alfredo with the 9-7 of clubs on the button. He folds. Now the chip leader. Black hoodie, black scarf, black mask. Alexander Batovac. Well, he's going to fold in the small blind, Jack 9, if he folds King 8 in the big blind versus the same size raise. But Lucky 7, you would expect him to defend Queen 10, 140 to call. He's getting 3.5 to 1 on his money. Queen 10 has playability. Wouldn't really expect to be ahead. Highly unlikely. Queen 9 opening here. But he can make a straight. Flop 2 pair, trips, anything is possible. So he counts out the 140 it's going to cost to see the flop. Dealer scoops the pot. And we're going to see a flop. First flop of the day. Now, this is pretty decent flop for Lucky. He's flopped a pair, but it's the gut shot that will keep him interested as well. Look at his equity here. Almost a 9 to 1 favourite, and Zelo, well, of course he's going to rep this kind of board as the pre-flop raiser, even though he has absolutely none of it. He's going to be hating this board. But he's going to make a continuation bet on Lucky 7. You would expect to stick about. That's a super wet board. All kinds of premiums have connected with this board. But Lucky does have a draw to the nuts, backdoor clubs also. And that bottom pair giving him trip draw, 2 pair draw. So he's a lot going on, Lucky. Makes the call, and now interesting card. Lucky's made 2 pair, but there's 4 cards to a straight. Zelo, does he continue? It's an interesting one. If he goes strong, he could win it. 1.2 million. He checks back. Full house for Lucky. So he's flop bottom pair, turn 2 pair, river to full boat. I'm loving this check. I'm loving it because Zelo is the player that should have the aces and kings, and with the paired board, it's not out of the question for him to check back. Set of aces, set of kings, and now with the paired board, fire. but it's Lucky who's the full boat, and that's a nice 400k Lucky's going to earn for himself with that check on the river. Lucky 7. Of course, he's going to be concerned about bigger boats, but it's too strong a hand not to check raise with. He's blocking ace 10, king 10, so just, and he's blocking queens, so really it's just aces and kings, two hands he's concerned about. And the concern was strong enough for him to just flat. He's never getting paid anyway, so it's probably more advantageous the way it's worked out, because he gets to see Zilo's hand, some information, whereas we know for a fact, were he to raise there, Zilo was snap folding, but it was a pretty nitty check back, or sorry, check call should I say. Having said that, what kind of hands would call his raise? That he's beating? Well, I think any jack calls. Wouldn't be out of the question for Zilo to check back on the turn with the nuts. Now, Martin Karimov folded ace jack last hand. Would have been interesting if he was involved. Picks up ace queen here. Makes it 260, which seems to be the standard raise size. I think we're going to see an all in here from the short stack. Jörg Spad, all in for 1.1 million. And depending what the players still to act do, Alfredo has no decision here. Absolutely no decision. Thanks, Alfredo. Alexander is going to be folding on the button. But I was saying there, Martin's going to be snapping this off. Not good for Martin to see Lucky folding an ace here. Well, I mean, Lucky doesn't have a decision either. Or does he? There's an open all in for about 9.5 bigs. He's asking for a count, which I get this. Players sometimes do this. They exploit the opportunity when the action's on them, even though they've no intention of calling. But what they're doing here is they're getting a clear count, just in case the player who opened might think that the 3-bet size is bigger than it actually is. Lucky never really going to be calling there, and Song Chen folds. So Martin doesn't waste any time, puts in the money, turns over the cards, and we've seen this before. Pocket pair versus 2 overs, a classic race. Ace queen with the slightly higher percentage, but it's a coin flip, and it's Jörg who is the player at risk. Pocket eights, I don't mind him getting his money in here whatsoever. It's decent flop for him. Eight still in the lead, 2-1 favorite now. Not anymore. That queen is a big blow, but he does have the straight draw. 10 ball. There's 4 of them out there. Doesn't happen. It's over. The German is eliminated in 23rd place. He does get a few pound extra. He goes up to the new payout level, which is €2,685. And we're down to 22, and that's Martin, who you see stacking chips. The young German player wins the race. Martin Karimov opened with ace queen. 3-bet jam from the short stack player with eights. Queen on the turn. End of story for Jörg Spad, who finishes in 23rd place. 22 left. All of these players, they've locked up 2,685. 7 players on our featured table. 22 remain. It's the No Limit Hold'em Monsterstack Gold Ring Event number 6. Chip leader, 7.4 million. You get the feeling the big stack is happy enough just to sit back, be selective about what hands he plays. So button moves, the player you see there, that is Zhong Chen on the button. Vastly experienced Zhong Chen. Now, under the gun, Nonno, the Italian with the Jack 10 suited, looks pretty. Very early position, but he does have 4.2 million. Big blind 120k. We're going to see the Italian open, quarter mil. Alfredo will be snap folding the nut low. And action moves to the big stack. Chip leader, who's playing pretty snug. Happy, as I've said earlier, just to sit back for a couple of orbits, get a feel for the table. Lucky 7, 5.3 million stack. Jack 7 and the cutoff. This will be going into the dustbin. Now, Chen on the button. A7, you expect this to be folded also. Versus an under the gun open, but he does have the benefit of the button position. He's so experienced, this guy, Chen. Multiple tournament winner. Expert in No Limit Hold'em and the Omaha discipline. Zelo small blind folds, and Martin should be defending, you think, with 10-9 suited. No. Opened with Jack 10, has position, and it's a really good flop for Nono. It's trouble for Martin. He's flopped top pair in the back door straight. He's checked here, but he's going to certainly be continuing. Nono, top pair, better kicker. Martin, well, he needs to make 2 pair. $250 continuation bet. Martin Karimov. Check calls. Now, Nono. in great shape. That ace, a little bit of an action killer, you would imagine. Martin will feel, okay, he could have been on ahead on the flop, but that ace on the turn, a card that would likely be in Nono's opening range, and he may feel he's gone behind here, but you would think he would call another street. Even if he has gone behind, he has the 2-pair draw. Trip draw he'd think is golden. We know it's not. Decent pot here, 1.9 million. 6 on the river. Well, that gives a split pot, incredible. Martin get out of jail. I don't think he realised there was a split. He turned over his hand to muck. Dealer, sharp, super sharp. Nono was just keeping out of it. He didn't say much. Dealer turned over the cards. Chop pot, which is basically they get $1 million back each. No profit. Just the small blind, in fact. From Azilo. In fact, Martin loses money on that because he posted the big blind ante. 22 players left here. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the Monsterstack event. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. All of these players, they've guaranteed themselves 2,685, but big money up top, close to 90,000 euro. And this was just a 500 euro buy-in. Graphic top right shows the average stack 4.1 million. Alfredo 4.5 million. Haven't seen anything from Alfredo, and we're not going to see anything this hand with the absolute nut low 3 deuce offsuit. That goes in the bin. Chip leader Jack 7. Alexander Batovac, the German, folds also, and look, he's going to be dumping his trash 4-3 off. Nice situation developing for Zhang Chen. First hand we've seen him get involved in. Aces, 250. Zilo's going to get out of the way, and just the blinds here. Martin in the small blind with Jack 5 suited, and we have Nono in the big blind with a pair. Could be problematic for Nono. He's going to look at Zhang Chen's stack. Decides just to complete. Put in the additional 130k. See a flop. He misses. 3 overs. He checks. This board is extremely wet. All kinds of hands out there. 8-9 Jack. Chen with the bullets. Check, bet, fold. You'd expect 5s with no relationship to this board whatsoever. Chen with the continuation bet. And Nono under pair to the board. Chen wins a pot, 2.4 million stack. Average is 4.1. Big blind 120, so 20 bigs in that stack, you see, being stacked by Zhang Chen. There is your chip count graphic showing the chip count for each player in our feature table. Zello is the shortest stack. We did lose a player. We lost the German player Jörg. 3-bet all in at the eights. Ace Queen called and eights lost the race. So 7 players now on our feature table. This is Lucky 7 who's going to open with the Ace 10. I see a few comments in the chat about the hand between the players in seat 1 and 2, which was Martin Karimov, who defended in the big blind with the 9-10, and Nono, who opened with the Jack 10 on a 10 high board. It was a chop pot, but Martin didn't see. He thought he was out-kicked. Well, he was out-kicked until the river came. But he didn't notice the board being paired. And he turned up his hand face up, so everyone's seen his hand, and then he folded his hand. He turned the cards over. But it's best hand wins. Once you show, that's it. Doesn't matter what happens. If he shows his hand, he's entitled to that pot. It's certainly not a mucked hand. Now, Martin, the player in question we're just talking about on the button here with the King Queen, makes the call, and Nono will get out of the way in the small blind. Alfredo, well, it's just pure trash, isn't it? Jack deuce off, so horrible that you don't even defend here, even though you're getting a super price. Getting greater than 5-1 in his money, but he's just not interested, and I don't blame him. Alfredo folds the Jack 2 offsuit. We're going to go and see a flop. Look how close the equity is. Ace 10 versus King Queen. Martin with the benefit of position, and he's smashed his flop. Top 2. Lucky as the good shot, and we just seen Jack 2 being folded in the big blind. We also seen another Jack being mucked, so there's just 2 Jacks in the deck. Lucky with his good shot checks. Martin with a couple of choices here. Could check back for deception. Doesn't want to lose his customer straight away. Or he could put in a small bet here. Continue to build the pot. I like this sizing. It's certainly pricing in. Hands like this, Ace 10, Ace Jack, are certainly going to be continuing for this kind of price. Ace Queen, for sure. Oh, look at this. Interesting. Check raise. No, these are low value chips. So it's a check call from Lucky 7. He misses. 3 on the turn. Now, what goes ahead? That was behind on the flop. Well, aces go ahead. But I don't think aces would play like this. I think Martin will reasonably put his opponent on Ace Jack, Ace 10 type hand. And he has a comfortable continuation here on the turn. And he's sized up now. 850k. Time to pay up. If you want to see the river, but Lucky, I'm sure we'll just check fold here. He's grabbing a chip as if he's going to call, but there's no chance. He's going to be paying 850k. To see a river. Martin now, 7.1 million. Average is 4.1. The young German takes down another pot. Seven players on our feature table. Chip leader posting big blind. Well, he's joint chippy now with the young German in seat 1, Martin Karimov. This is lucky 7, 4.8 million. Folds the ace 9 under the gun. Zhang Chen, one of the shorter stacks. In fact, two short stacks side by side. Chen, who you see here folding, and this gentleman in seat 8, Zilo, who's continually getting these small to medium pairs. They're stuck to him. 6 is difficult to play. Big blind 120, coming towards the end of this blind level.
260,000, one pass. Two pass.
Zilo opens with the 6s, makes it 260. Alfredo in the small blind, 10-4 suited. He's not closing the action. I think he just folds here. Haven't seen Alfredo get involved yet. Now, Alexander Batovac, 7.2 million behind. Ton of chips, mountain of blinds. 8-5, he is suited, somewhat connected, and he will put in the additional 140 to make the call. I'm going to go to a flop. Chip leader versus the short stack. There's 700k in the pot. Zello just has a 2x pot size bet behind. Now, Alexander has completely missed. And Zelo with 3 overcards to his pair on the flop, but he's going to continue. Queen 10-7, and he gets the job done. Takes down the pot, gives him a little bit of breathing space. Gets him up over 2 million, 2.1 million. Chen is under the gun, he folds. And now the short stack, 2.1 million. With the Queen Deuce, he snap folds Martin. He's joint chip leader on this table, 7.1 million, he folds, and this is Nonno. Getting out of the way, Alfredo is just not happening for Alfredo so far. Three deuce. Looks at the clock, looks at the blinds. It's so long since he played a hand, he doesn't know what blind it is. Looks like he's about 270 there, cut out. But he looks back down at his 3 high, decides, okay, let's get rid of this. Now, blind v blind, always a great indication of a player's skill level, their ambition. Got to be fighting for these blinds. And king high, good enough to continue. He puts in the 60,000. Now Lucky with ace 7 in the big blind. He has a couple of options. Good check back. Good for deception. He has the benefit of position. Alexander in the small blind wouldn't put him on an ace, but he's decided to charge his opponent to see a flop and has raised 300k on top. 420 total, which is 3.5x. Alexander back to back folds the king deuce off. Lucky 7 takes down the pot. Gets his stack close to 5 million. It's your graphic showing all the chip counts here on our feature table. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. This is Gold Ring number 6 Monsterstack. We did have the Gold Ring 7 last night, one-day event. And we had a winner. The Polish player Budka came out on top, winning close to 25k. About 85 players. It was a 1k buy-in. Back to the action here on our feature table. Blinds are up 80k, 160k. So 350 is the raise size from Zilo, who's been opening at a higher frequency than any other player, but he's been picking up pairs. And on this occasion, he picks up the nut pair, the aces. Can he induce some action? Not with Jack 4 off. Alexander is going to be folding this. Now, Lucky 7 in the small blind, suited king. He's asking where his small blind has gone. It's disappeared. Lucky 7 says he's paid a small blind. He can't believe it's gone, but looks like he took it back. Interesting situation. He must have posted and just, unbeknownst to himself, put it back into his stack. It does happen. I have a tendency to do that quite often myself. A Lucky 7, king 6. He is suited, out of position though. It's too tricky. Zhang Chen, well, he's going to be folding this Jack 3 offsuit. And that will leave Chen as the short stack on the table. Leave him with about 14 bigs. He posts small blind at 80k, and Zello will post big blind ante, both valued at 160k. It's getting expensive. That's your chip leader, seat 1. Young German player Martin Karimov. He looks down at Queen 2, quickly folds. 21 remain. Field size posted there in the top right of the screen. 910 players started out. Just 21 remain. And all of these players guaranteed 2,685. Now we're going to see the chip leader in the cutoff open. He's been playing super snug. But ace jack for sure. Qualifying for an open from Alexander Batovac, the chip leader, well, former chip leader in fact. Still does have decent stack. 4.5 million is the average stack, about 4.3 to be exact. $425. Now we're going to see Zello Marins continue. I expect sevens in the big blind. For sure he's going to continue. $265 to call. Could just flat. Set mine. See what kind of board comes out. Reassess the situation. Could go for it. He does go for it. He lets it rip. And it's a big move. 2.4 million all-in rip from Zello. I mean, the idea behind this all in, well, he's getting like a bunch of hands that he's flipping against to fold. I don't think any bigger pairs fold, to be honest. Maybe eights, nines possibly. I mean, bar that, he's getting called. That's the risk, obviously. But the benefits are that he's getting hands like this, ace jack to lay down. I think ace queen, ace king obviously call. But ace 10, ace jack, king queen, all these type of hands will avoid continuing. Alexander Batovac, he just shakes his head. I think he's hating this spot, to be honest, because it's close. It's costing him 2 million from a 6.5 million stack, which is close to 30% of a stack. Zilo Marins, 3-bet rip with the sevens, the player from Bosnia-Herzegovina. You can see him in the screen. I mean, he's obviously looking for a fast fold. He ain't looking for action with sevens, that's for sure. I like this move, to be honest. I think it's profitable long term. I mean, you hate to hear call. Absolutely hate it, but sometimes you'll hear call and you're up against ace king, ace queen. You're still in a flip situation. Meanwhile, we have a bust out in the outer table. You can see the field size 20, and Alexander back to back. Not really interested in putting in another 1.9 million with ace jack. Zelo gets his stack up to 3 million. Short stack on the table. On the button there is Zhang Chen. You can see Chen on the left hand side of your screen, sporting a new haircut, blue WSOP hoodie. Player in the centre of your screen is just taken down. A decent pot gets him up to 3 million, but he's still well below average. No, under the gun will be folding. You can see the top right with 20 players left, 4.5 million is the average stack. Alfredo, nothing happening so far for Alfredo. The Italian has not really had any opportunities. Now, Chen on the button. Pure trash. Could be tempted with the 400k that's out there pre-flop. Zelo, small blind, and it's the chip leader, Martin Karimov, in the big blind. Well, that's a little bit tight. Blind v blind. Gotta be going for these blinds. 400k out there pre-flop. That's Martin Karimov now, the chip leader in seat 1. You can see him there in 44 bigs. Blinds 80k, 160. It's a 1 hour clock. All of these players are guaranteed €3,100, but jumps now with just 20 remaining, starting to become pretty significant. ICM starting to kick in. This is Alfredo under the gun with the Queen 8. Now, Martin Karimov, small blind. Let's get an idea the ambition level of this young German player. Limps in with the H4. Nono checks his option. Ace 4-7. Martin hits bottom pair, but it's that ace which is more likely to be in his hand than his opponent's hand that checked back after Martin limped in. That's the card he'll be comfortably saying to his opponent, look, there's more chance of me having an ace than you. And you can just see this guy is focused, willing to fight, compete for these blinds. It's a really important aspect going deep in tournament poker. Big blind now is the Italian Alfredo. Under the gun is Alexander Batovac, who you see in the black hoodie, black scarf. 6.5 million, still massive stack. Field size now 19 players. 4.8 million approximately is the average stack. Chip leader 7.5 million. Pocket sevens. Compulsory open on the button when folded around. 250 is the open size. 350 in fact. And I don't think Alfredo will be continuing. Alfredo, well, he hasn't had any spots where he could get involved, and he's blinded out 20% of his stack. He's down $1 million since the start of play. Folds the 7-4. Martin continues to build, close to 8 million. Button moves. Momentum with this German player. But a lot of poker to be played between now and the final table. But if I was to pick one of these players, I certainly would fancy this guy to go closer towards the podium finishing spots. This is lucky 7. 10-7. No interest. Chen, he's completely handcuffed. Nothing you can do. 2 million stack. Zelo, hijack, 10-8. He folds now. The player in the cutoff is the chip leader, Martin Karimov. Queen 8 off. Well, he's starting to apply pressure. He's got the chips. He's got momentum. He's in the zone, this player, Martin Karimov. And he's just going with the flow. The table is playing just a little bit tight. So Karimov taking full advantage. Huge money out there pre-flop. 400k. It's like 10% of the average stack is just out there waiting to be taken. The young player, Martin Karimov, up to 8.3 million over 50 bigs. The real experience on the table is Zhong Chen, multiple tournament winner. Really very experienced, very decent tournament player, Zhong Chen. But he's got a problem, and that's his stack size. That's Chen in the centre of your screen, the Dutch player, under the gun. He can't do anything with Jack 8 of clubs. Zelo, well, he's fought back. He was down to 1.6 million a couple of orbits ago. Still short though on 3 million. This is the standout player at the moment, but 10-5 off, even a stretch too far for Martin. No. King 10 in the cutoff, should be opening here. 350 now, Alfredo at last to hand. Button, small pair versus cut-off, open opportunity knocks. Pocket fours. The Italian down to 3.8 million. Flats on the button with the fours. Well, I'm not really a big fan of this, given the stack size. He's putting in 10% of a stack here with a small pair. I think I would have liked to see a 3-bet. Perhaps he would have ran into it here with Lucky 7, but who knows? Lucky 7 might have given Alfredo due respect. But I think it's Lucky 7's going to be 3-betting. Versus a cut-off open, flatten the button. I think we're going to see Lucky 7 pull the trigger here. Looks to be 800, 900. I'm not sure. Perhaps closer to 1 million. 960, King 10 snap folds, and now Alfredo. With the small pair, I mean, you just don't want to be playing these type of hands. With a massively inflated pot pre-flop. And the reason for that is these small pairs, they don't flop well. It's set potential, really, is what you're playing for. Alfredo. Let's go with the pocket fours. Lucky 7 takes down the pot. Lucky 7 scoops the pot. We had Nano open with King 10 and the cutoff, and then Alfredo, small pair and the button flatted. Ace Queen for Lucky 7, 3-bet gets the job done. Now, interesting situation here. Zhang Chen has invested 320k from his 2 million. So he's like just 10 bigs behind, 10.5 big blinds behind. Alfredo not going well, 3.5 million now. Queen 6 can't really do anything with this. So, Lucky 7 in the small blind. Queen Jack, I'm just putting my opponent all in here. He's just got 10 bigs behind. Lucky 7 limps in. Chen will take a flop. 10-5 suited. I think Lucky 7 could miss the trick there. Could have just ended it. But we're going to see a flop. Good shot for Lucky. Chen has none of this. In fact, his 10 is now dead. Would give Lucky a straight. So we're just going to see Lucky lead out here and Chen fold. Chen, 10 bigs behind after he posts small blind. Zelo will post big blind. Chip leader will be under the gun. But this is Lucky stacking up nicely. 5.9 million. All of these remaining players have locked up €3,100 for themselves. But it's 90,000 up top. Now, Martin is opened once again, but Alfredo, well, he's going to be continuing with ace-10 suited. Flats with the ace-10 suited. Lucky has an ace button position. I think he just lets this go. Chen needs to make something happen soon. King 10 in the small blind position. He folds and Zelo in the big blind will look down at 7 deuce. Gives the cards to the dealer. So we're going to go and see a flop. Chip leader Martin Karimov with Queen 10 and the Italian with Ace 10. Jack 7, 5, 2 clubs. Both have completely missed this. Karimov checks. Alfredo has the benefit of positions being checked to him. He checks back. Deuce of clubs, that gives a club draw for Martin. Now he's going to come out betting. Looks like about 550, which would be about 50% of the pot. 560 exactly. Alfredo, well, no club in his hand. No pair, no draw. I expect him just to fold here. Alfredo Siciliano in the tank here with ace high. In the lead, in fact. But he's not to know that. What's he beating? Well, King Queen. Weaker aces. But 560 to call this turn bet. Alfredo lets that one go. And 9 million now for the German player who's in total control here. He's one of the overall tournament leaders. Still 3 tables in play. We're going to pause the clock at 16 players. Do a total redraw. We have 19 players. Still vying for that final table where all the big money is distributed. Close to 90,000 up top for the winner here. Alfredo, sub 20 big blind stack now. He's lost close to 2 million. Hasn't actually won a pot since we started. Ace 10, well, that's just too tight. Alexander Batovac started with a huge chip advantage, but decided just to sit back, be selective when entering pots. But he's going to enter this pot, pocket threes. 160 is the big blind, and he's going to open for about 440, it looks like. 480, in fact. So 3x open from Alexander Batovac. Folded around to Chen. Chen's in trouble. He's 10 bigs. Nothing happening. 10-9 on the button. Thinking of making a move. He's got to make a move soon. He's not going to let the button run through him again. That is for sure. But he's going to let this one go. 10-9 is going to go in the dustbin. Zilo is going to fold the 9-4 suited. And the chip leader in the big blind position. Well, this is interesting. Karimov with a pair of his own. Bigger pair, pocket fives. How does he play this? Karimov with the over pair, but he's out of position. Both players have flopped 2 pair. I think we're going to see a check bet, and I think Martin for sure calls. Look how fast this bet is. Jack 7-7. 750. Martin Karimov in the lead, but he lets it go. Alexander Batovac, the only player at the table that can really damage him. And you can see the field size has down clicked to 18. And you're just seeing a glimpse of the TD coming to the table with a rack. So Nano is going to be moved as the next big blind. That way all 3 tables are balanced. There's your TD, Andy Tillman. One of the best in the business, believe me. Super smooth how these events are run. So Alfredo will post big blind. And we're down to 18 players, 6 on each table. Average stack, bang on 5 million. Alexander Batovac. Now, Chen, time to move. Let's go. King Queen suited. 100% this money's going in. Ready, steady, go. Let's go. Chen, King Queen. Gotta put it in. He will put it in. Looks at the clock. He's already made his mind up. But he's just waiting, dwelling up, hoping the players will read this as super strength. There is the all-in. King Queen suited. Dealer puts the all-in triangle in front of Zhong Chen, who's moved all in for 10 bigs. So button and small blind fold. And Alfredo, well, this is crazy. He's down to 2.8 million. Chen gets 2.5 big blinds, brings him up to 2 million. And the chip leader, Martin Karimov, 8.3 million. Alexander Batovac, second place. Lucky 7, 5.9 million. And then a big gap. Alfredo, Zilo, and Chen all short. Lucky 7, 5.9 million. Well, here we go again. Chen will make another move. All this money will go in. 12 bigs for sure. This is a rip. Is there a case for just opening for 2 bigs? Well, looks like Chen thinks so. Big blind 160. Chen opens for 340. Well, I think we're going to see a clash. Alexander Batovac with pocket nines here in the big blind. Chen ripped there. I think he's getting called. And he ain't folding Chen, I don't think. So I think the money was going in either way. And we're going to see a straight race. Ace-Jack suited versus nines. Chen at risk. One of the real star players left in the field. Zhong Chen from Holland. All in once again for his tournament life. Well, he was all in with ace-6 versus ace-jack yesterday. Hit a couple of sixes. That's not a good board for ace-jack at clubs. No straight possibility. No flush possibility. 7 on the turn. Ace or jack only. Or Chen is busto. Zhong Chen. He's been here before, believe me. It's paint, but it's the wrong card for him. Queen of clubs no good. Straight race. Busted in 18th. You get 3,100, but you do feel his sights were fixed on greater things. All of these players left, 17 of them, all have locked up €3,500. Batovac with the nines. Now 8.9 million back up on top. Batovac after winning the flip. Martin Karimov, second place. We're 500 on our feature table. 17. We're actually on the final two-table bubble. So one more bust out, and then we're going to be redrawing last two tables. We'll bring you a brand new table, brand new lineup of players. Who's on that table? I do not know. Will it be some of these players? Perhaps. Average is 5.3 million. Zillow with ace 8 suited makes it 350. Alfredo has been just grinded down, 2.7 million. Alexander, small blind, back up on top. He'll fold the Jack 7 and Lucky 7 will defend with the Jack 10 in the big blind. 190 to call. There's 750 out there. He's getting close to 4-1 in his money. Jack 10 hand with potential. These graphics in the background are top notch. Absolutely love them. Don't know who created them, but whoever did, certainly earning their money. Really slick. So the call from Lucky 7 puts in the 190k. Was close to 1 million in the pot. Zelo with just 2.2 million behind. Interesting. Both miss. Lucky does have the back door, so he could float here. He's going to check, and you'd expect Zelo to continue. And then we're going to see Lucky with a decision. There's the check. Zelo will try and end it. Now, depending on the sizing, you might see Lucky float here. It's around 200k. Well, sorry, 280 it is. %30 pot size bet. Lucky is going to float. A lot of cards can help him on the turn. 8, 9, Jack, 10, King, Diamond. Well, I'm surprised he didn't continue for that price. Zelo won't mind. He'll scoop the pot and bring his stack back up to 3.1 million. Martin under the gun, ace, deuce. Folds Alfredo, 2.7 million. 5-2 offsuit. Good opposition, you just expect him to fold this. He's down to 2.7 million. Alexander back-to-back. 9-6 off on the button. Sorry, he is on the button. Yeah, that button is in front of him. And this is the player in the small blind who we've seen limp with the Queen Jack previously. Let's see how he plays on this occasion versus Zelo, who's posted big blind. Lucky 7 with the Queen Jack. 5.3 million in his stack. Just 17 players were on the final two-table bubble here. Next player that busts, I'm going to pause the clock, redraw. Lucky 7, limps with the Queen Jack. Zillow with 9-7. Checks his option. This is problems for Zello. He's hit here. He's made a pair, but Lucky 7, top pair. Lucky 7, comfortable lead out here. He pretty much has the nut kicker. You would have heard from Jack King, Jack Ace pre-flop. Very comfortable lead out, 210, but Zello going nowhere. Second pair, two pair draw, trip draw. And he does have that backdoor straight draw. So he has a bit going on. The 3 of clubs is no improvement for Zello. Lucky 7 still in the lead. The 3 makes a straight. 5-6 is not out of the question for the big blind to have in their holding, but Lucky ain't going to be check folding. He's going to check call here with top pair. 350. Ten on the river. I think it goes check, check. Zillow does check back. He has showdown value. Few busted flush draws that he beats, but it's a decent pot for Lucky 7. And that leaves Zillow short. 2.3 million with the big blind still at 160. Now, what's happening here? Alfredo under the gun, counting out chips. Is he going to open with Jack 6 off? I don't think he is. And I don't think he thinks he is. Now, Alexander Batovac, pocket pair. I think he will be opening. And Alexander Batovac, just going through the numbers, he tends to open pretty big with these pairs. Seen him opening for 460, 480. With big blind at 160. It looks like another 3x from Alexander Batovac. Wow, this is huge. 650, is that correct? Surely not. That's what it says, 650. Really big sizing. Well, I guess it folds out a lot of speculative hands that will be defending in the blinds. Zello, ace 8 offsuit. I think he just lets this go. An action now with Martin, who's not going to put in $500,000 with 7-6. Alexander Batovac gets a stack up to 9.2 million. There is the chip count graphic. It's a real interesting table we've got. Alfredo's just getting blinded away. He's down to 2.7 million. He started this feature table with about 5 million. He's posting big blind ante, both valued at 160k. This is back-to-back, who started out as the chip leader, lost a chunk, but busted out Chen in a straight race. Back up on top, 9.2 million. Average is about 5.3. Lucky, I think, will open here. 7-6 suited. 5-handed table. He's got the chips. Alfredo's in the big blind, playing a little bit tight, I think. So I expect Lucky to open. He's been really impressive. Lucky 7. He's done quite a lot right. I like his sizings. Bit of a Greg Raymer feel to him. Makes it 450, which is close to a 3x. These opens are quite sizable. King 9 snap folds, and I guess hands like Jack 9 just fold out to this size. I'm not sure. 290 to call, 850 in the pot. Alfredo with the Jack 9 has a decision here. It's quite a significant percentage of his remaining stack. He's just got 2.4 million behind. Does let it go, and Lucky 7 scoops 400k profit. That's what's out there pre-flop with the big blind ante and the small blind. Lucky 7 up to 6.7 million, average 5.3. This feature table is 5-handed. There's another 2 tables in play, both tables with 6 players on each table. Now, under the gun, ace 8, lucky 7. Well, if he's figured out how tight this table's playing, he's going to be opening here, and he will open. Big blind 160. 510. These opens are huge. That's 3.5x. This is Zelo with a candidate for a 3-bet rip all in, ace queen, versus Lucky 7, who's opened a few hands in a row. I'm putting it all in here. Let's go. It's going to be tough for Lucky 7. He's going to be left in Pretty awkward spot because he'd be getting a great price, but don't know, does he call? Zelo has made a lot of good decisions today. Now, Alfredo does not have a decision. 5-4 offsuit. There's no chance ever in a million, billion, trillion years he's going to be calling here. Does fold. Now the big stack in the big blind position. Looks at Jack 6 suited. Snap folds, gives the blind to the dealer. But Lucky 7's not going to snap fold. Gets out a chip as if he's going to call. I don't know, does he call? I don't think he does. 1.7 million. Well, we're getting a display here of the disbenefits of opening so big. I mean, he opened for 530 or something like that when he could have opened for like 350. Do you know what I mean? And got the same information. I think he folds here. I think preserving a stack is critical. He's racing here sometimes, not too often. He's mostly beat. So even though he's getting a super price, you see, that's the problem with the big open. He's really getting priced in here. 1.7 to call. He's getting close to 2-1 with ace 8. But he does let it go. I felt he would. Dealer looking around. We might have a bust out. Seems to be a bit of action on the outer table. Yeah, looks like the clock has stopped. That means we're down to 16 players. We're going to do a complete redraw. And we're going to be back in about 10 minutes or so. Do join us for the final 2 tables of the WSOPC Monsterstack.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em Monsterstack final day, final two tables. We have a brand new table for you, brand new lineup. Some familiar faces. You can see Michael German there, who was very short stacked last night. Michael, 6.8 million back in our feature table in seat 6. The chip leader is Leonard and Martin Karimov. Second in chips, we had Martin on our feature table just before the break. He was sitting in seat 1. Short stacked Kobe, but 3.1 million, he's okay. Not long left in this level though. That's the problem. New blind level is 100k, 200k. Andy Tillman just overseeing proceedings here in King's Resort. That's Michael he's having a chat with. Lucky 7, very right hand side of the table. Sunglasses, hoodie. And we have a Ukrainian in seat 8, Artem Kasidin. In fact, we had Dmytro by Strofzorov who was last January's winner of this event. We featured him yesterday, but he was busted out in a race. I think it was the Italian Alfredo who knocked him out. In fact, Alfredo not part of the new lineup, but is on one of the outer tables. We're going to kick off straight away. I think Andy was just explaining to the players that there's a scheduled break in a few minutes, but they're just going to skip that break, given that the players are just back from a break. But they do have to pause the clock for a couple of minutes and race off these 5k chips. You can see the orange ones at the front of Kobe's stack there. Kobe we had on yesterday's stream, facing a raise here. Arian sporting a Danish flag. Lucky 7, 6.2 million with the Queen 10 of clubs. Under the gun open from Arian. And it's folded right around to the blind. Seat 1 is Leonard. That's the chip leader on the table. And interesting figure. We have Pepe G, but we all know who that is. Well, a lot of us do. That is Joseph Gallus, who's the father of Joseph Gallus Jr., the current holder of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Now, I think he made last year's final table. If it wasn't him, it was certainly Joseph Jr. I do tend to get them mixed up, considering they're the same name. I suppose it could be forgiven. This is Kobe, 9-3 under the gun. And now Martin Karimov, who's looking down at pocket queens. Big blind still 160. He makes it 350. Michael folds lucky 7, ace 8 again. Hijack position, he just lets this go, I'd imagine. Martin Karimov has him covered. Martin has the goods here. Artem not interested. Leonard, the chip leader, 8.2 million. That's Joseph Gulas, listed here as Pepe G. No action. Arian decides not to defend with the 10-8 offsuit in the big blind. So this guy in the bottom left of your screen, he's listed as Pepe G. Joseph Gulas, very experienced. I would expect that he is definitely the more experienced and the biggest winner at this table. Now, that's based on limited information, but look at this. Martin again picks up a premium. And just as this 80-160 blind level is about to expire, Martin opens again for 350. Michael German folds. He's just begging for action here. Lucky 7 doesn't oblige with the suited connectors. Artem snap folds and Leonard in the cutoff with 6 deuce offsuit folds also. Joseph Gulas. He's short stacked, 3.7 million. Folds. Arian's going to fold in the small blind, the Jack 4, and just Kobe who's, I mean, he's short also. Getting good price, but his hand strength is just so weak. Kobe's just going to let this one go, I expect. No action. Martin Karimov opens 2 hands in a row. Nobody interested. And that's Andy Tillman just explaining. Stay in your seats, guys. Gonna have a quick chip race. You can see the players putting the 5k chips to the front of their stack. We're going to be back in exactly 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll leave you the scoreboard to study, but we'll be back in just 2 minutes. So back in action. The 80,000, 160,000 blind level now expired. So we have a new level, which is the 100k, 200k. Delon is the directive from the TD and the button on Arian. This is Michael. Good work done by Michael today. Finished as one of the very short stacks last night. 6-4 under the gun. He folds and action moves to Lucky 7, who's sitting on a good average stack. 6 million is around the average. Now, Queens once again, this time for the big stack at the table. The Dutch player, Leonard Decamp. Queens. Leonard opens 425. Arian folds in the button. Kobe will fold the 4-3. So Martin with 10-9 in the big blind defends, and there's going to be issues here. Martin has flopped top pair. Leonard with the overpair here. That's a 500,000 chip. These pink chips just been introduced. With the colour up of the 5k chips, there's now the 500k chip. Martin Karimov going nowhere here. Top pair, backdoor straight, backdoor clubs, 2-pair draw, trip draw, and there's the 2-pair. But there's a lot of cards that can help Leonard. He's 2 blockers to the nuts, Leonard. And that's the reason I think he can comfortably continue without the fear of getting check raised. 2 queens in his hand. Not likely his opponent is sitting with Jack Queen, but not out of the question, of course. Two flush draws. Interesting spot. 2 big stacks on the table. Martin Karimov and Leonard G. Camp from Holland. Martin flopped top pair, turns top 2. Leonard with the overpair. It's getting big, this pot. Leonard fires again as expected. 1.5 million. Martin. Top 2. I mean, it's so draw heavy, this board. A lot of cards can help Leonard. Jack would give him a straight. Queen for a set. 5 for the counterfeit. 8 for the counterfeit. Check raise. Looks like about 2.3. Well, no, there's pink chips there as well, so that's about 3.2 million. Now what do you do with queens? Leonard, well, he wished now that he checked back, but he did have 2 blockers to the nuts. Didn't expect to get raised. What's he beating that would check raise here? Pocket jacks is the only hand I can think of. And I think jacks would check raise flop. Very hard to come up with a hand that he's ahead of. Seven jack of diamonds. 7 jack of clubs. I think these hands just check call. Leonard really isn't beating much. I think that's a pretty decent fold. 11 million in the stack of Martin Karimov. That is huge, close to double the average. His average stack for the final table. 16 players, average stack 5.5 million. Lucky 7 folding under the gun and Artemis folding. Leonard's took a big hit. He's now down to average stack 8-6. Short stack, Pepe G. Now Arian will open. I expect him to cut off with a suited king. He makes it 400k minimum raise. Kobe, shortest stacked player at the table, 13.5 big blinds. 10-4 suited. Martin Karimov, well, he's running pretty good. He's picked up queens, aces, ace queen. Turn 2 pair with 9-10 in the big blind. And he's going to be 3 betting here. Great freedom when you're sitting on a big stack. All options open to you. And that's end of hand. Arian in the cutoff. Opened, don't mind the open with suited king. $12 million double average. It's all going according to plan, but still quite a distance to go before we reach that final table. On the button now, Martin Karimov, Michael posting small lucky 7 big blind, and this gentleman Artem under the gun. Leonard with suited connectors, the Dutchman. Not interested. Fold it right around to Kobe. 13 bigs. Jack 9 in the cutoff. We can see from the graphic on the top right, it has down clicked to 15. There's been a bust out on the outer table. Kobe folds. Now Martin on the button. I expect him to open here, I really do. Why not? So Michael in the small blind and lucky 7 big blind. It's a tough seat for Karimov with these 2 guys on his left. These are very solid players, Michael and lucky 7. Seen some real mixed play the last couple of days. King 5 will not be defended. Karimov takes down another pot, and like, who's going to stop him? That's the question. You can see bottom of your screen there. Joseph Gulas. Now, Lennart was in control, lost a huge pot, but he really comes across as super solid. That was a decent fold with the queens. No drama, no big huffing and puffing, just read the situation pretty much exactly. Pepe G with the min raise. Sub 20 big blind stack. Folded around to Kobe. There's nothing they can do here with King 9. He's got to let this go. Martin will let go his 7-3 off. Just the blinds. I'm told Leonard's name is Adrianus. Thanks for the intel. I'll feed that back to the powers that be. So, Kobe. He folds Martin with Jack 6 suited in the hijack. This is the chip leader. He lets go the Jack 6, but Michael in the cutoff will be opening. Ace 9 suited, folded around to him. Big blind is 200k. $475 is the open size from Michael in the cutoff. Lucky 7 on the button. I think he just lets this go. Jack 3. Artem, don't mess about. Now, big blind. Adrianus. Listed here as Leonard. Adrianus. Ace, King. Going to see a 3-bet for sure. Goes for the lot. Michael just has to give this up. This screams of Ace King. Michael asking how much it is, but it's pretty much for Michael's remaining stack. Both players similar stack size. Michael not going to be calling here. He rolls the dice, but I guarantee you, whatever came up in that dice, he was still folding. Adrianus Leonard G Camp from Holland takes down the pot. Viewers just tuning in, what you're watching here is the World Series of Poker circuit This is the Monster Stack. It is a gold ring event, 500,000 guaranteed. And there's 90k up top. All of these 15 players are guaranteed approximately 4k. Buy-in was 500 plus 50. This is a 1 hour clock, so plenty of play here. We are in the 100k, 200k level. And this is the chip leader, Martin Karimov, folding the King 9. Now, Michael. 5.8 million folds. Lucky 7 won't be folding. Ace Queen in the cutoff. $450. This is Leonard. Also known as Adrianus. Now, big problems for Kobe. Under the gun. 13 bigs. He's going to be posting 2 bigs. The big blind itself and then the big blind ante next hand. Leaving with 11.5 big blinds behind. This is Michael once again with a suited ace. This is Ace King. Premium. 475 announced once again. He got 3-bet last time he opened. Well, he would certainly welcome a 3-bet this time. Ace King suited. Artem snap folds. I like the way he plays. He doesn't mess around. Not interested in playing. He just gives the cards to the dealer. This is Leonard on the button with the Queen 6. He folds in small blind. Joseph also listed here as Pepe G. There's going to be no action for Michael. Arian folds the 9-6 off. Michael takes down the pot, gets a stack up to average, which is around 6.1 million. Leonard in the cutoff, folded around to him. Queen 7, he lets it go. This is Joseph Gulas, listed here as Pepe G. He folds, but Arian in the small blind. will be continuing. How does he continue? Puts the short stack all in. Kobe with just 11 bigs behind. Snap folds, no interest with 10-6. Arian shows the jacks. Kobe posting small blind. Now, Pepe G, cut off, just shy of 20 bigs. 475 is the raise size. Well, Kobe is going to be going with this. 11 bigs. Kobe's going to 3-bet all in, no doubt. Ace Queen versus a cut-off open. Kobe can't fold this, too big a hand. And there's the 3-bet for about 60% of a stack more. Just showing his commitment to the pot. Pepe G, hugely experienced, big winner, 650k plus in tournament earnings. He's going to be folding here. Queen Jack, very often crushed. Suited, connected, love to see a flop, but just ain't happening. He's going to let go of the Queen Jack. Still has 16 bigs behind. Lets it go, and Kobe gets his stack up to 16 big blinds. Two shortest stacks on the table. That's the chip leader on the right of your screen. And you can see Martin Karimov sitting on 60 bigs, 12 million. Average stack is around the 30 big blind mark. It's lucky 7 sent to your screen first to act. Playing average stack, King Jack under the gun, very early position. Think he lets this one go. See the top right there, you can see the average stack exactly. 6 million, 15 left. Blind versus blind. Martin, 6-4 in the small blind position. Limps in Michael with a suited king. Michael flicks the chip over towards the dealer to indicate that he'll check his option. Flush draw for Michael. Martin with absolutely none of this. He's checked, and Michael will fire at this in the hand. Chip count for the Monsterstack Gold Ring event. Feature table, one of 2 tables in play. Just 15 players remain from 910 that started. Dutch player looks down at ace queen. He's going to open. Big blind still 200k. He's going to open for about 450. Thereabouts. He does make it 450. So, Lucky in the big blind here with ace 4. He's going to defend. Looks like Arian has come in. Pretty loose call here from Arian with king 9. And Lucky, well, it looks like he could have 3-bet here. No, he's flat. Ace 4, king in the window. Well, 2 kings on board. Arian has both players pretty much drawn dead. Leonard with the backdoor spades. Arian makes trips. Lucky is checked, and Leonard continues. Arian going nowhere. He's going to smooth call here. Lucky 7, none of this. So we're going to see a fold from Lucky 7. Already 2.5 million in this pot. Both players with approximately a 2x pot size bet behind in their stack. Jack on the turn. gives Leonard the gut shot. 10 for the straight is his only escape. What's he thinking? Well, he has to shut down, doesn't he? May convince himself he's up against flush draw. He's going to fire again. It's not going to work. No chance. Arian sitting with trips. Leonard counting out 1 million. 1.1 million. He's just looking over at Arian's stack, trying to get a read of that seat that Arian's sitting in, seeing can he glean any information. 2 kings on the board. He puts the chips back in his stack. Checks his option. Arian. Well, there's plenty of draws out there, so you would expect Arian put in a bet there. It looks like 1.3 million. Well, sorry, it's 900k. 500k chip and 400k chips. Like the size. About 35% of the pot. Don't think Leonard's going to continue. His ace no good. Queen no good. Ten and 10 only can get him out of trouble, but he could be drawing dead here, so we're going to see a check fold from Leonard. So, Arian, with a speculative call pre-flop, gets rewarded, connects on the board, makes trips and takes down a very sizable pot. Adds about 900k to his stack in profit. And Leonard down to 5.3 million. Button now on Michael. Small blind is lucky. Big blind is the Ukrainian Artem. And Leonard under the gun first to speak. Pretty tense out there. All players have guaranteed themselves close to €4,000. Arian, 7 million stack, looks down at Queens. Makes it 475, and Kobe is going to fold the 3 deuce. 16 big blind stack. Martin, the chip leader, gets out of the way. Michael Jimran with the 8-5 folds. Lucky 7. Well, another trash hand here. Lucky 7 going to fold. Now, Artem usually plays fairly fast. So, if he tanks for any length of time, he's got something, and you can see he just rips it. Ace Queen, but he's run into it. Artem has run into it here. Arian with the goods. Ace Queen versus Queens. The Ukrainian 3-bet. All in with the Ace Queen. Arian snapped him off with Queens. Just look at the equity. I mean, you would never expect it to be this close. Artem needs to hit. Queen no good. Ace would almost guarantee him the pot. There's 3 aces out there. Arian is saying, come on, dealer, don't do anything funky. Spade is good. Kills the ace of spades. Leaves Artem with just 2 outs. Arian focused. And he holds. Artem Busto played one hand. Moved in, 3-bet ripped with the ace queen. End of tournament, 15th place for 3,930. And we've another big stack. 11.5 million. Well, close to 12 million in Arian's stack after he eliminated Artem. Queens for Arian versus ace queen. No joy for the Ukrainian. So 12 million stack for Arian. He snap folds, gives himself a chance to neatly stack his chips. Kobe is going to fold the 10-3 also. This is Martin, joint chippy. He looks there at Arian's stack, realizing he's got a problem. There's a player that has him covered at the table. So we'll have to adjust. This is Michael German on the hijack position with Queen 8. 14 players remain. Average stack about 6.4. And Michael starting this hand with exactly average. Makes it 475 with the Queen 8. Lucky 7. Not getting involved with the suited connectors. Artem is busted in seat 8. This is Leonard, the former chip leader, in seat 1. Going to fold out, and now the short stacked Pepe G. Ace in the big blind. He snap folds the ace 4. Interesting. Leaves himself with 2.8 million. Button in seat 1 on Leonard. Pepe G short stack posting small, big stack Arian big. Under the gun Kobe, who's short. 16 bigs for Kobe. 6.5 million is the average stack. 14 players remain. All players have locked up approximately 4k, but it's close to €90,000 for first place, and it's getting closer. that final table. The reality of a big payday for these guys is within touching distance. Lucky 7 with a pair. I think he's going to open cut-off position. Pair 5s. Hasn't really got involved, hasn't had the opportunity. But I think we're going to see him open. We will. 475 seems to be the standard raise size. Pocket 5s. Leonard on the button with 7-4 of diamonds. And Pepe G with 9-3 of diamonds. Arian not interested in defending with the King 8. Lucky 7 wins a pot. Final 2 tables, final 14 players, 7-handed here in our feature table, 7 on the outer table. This is the chip leader, joint chip leader, Martin Karimov, playing 12 million stack. He's going to open under the gun with the 9s. It's all pretty reasonable stuff. Lucky 7. Queen 8 offsuit, he's going to be folding here. Leonard in the cutoff with an ace. I think he just lets this go. Martin Karimov, big stack on the table, under the gun open. Pepe G snap foes, just the blinds. Arian. Now he likes these type of hands, but he's out of position, so he lets the Queen 8 suited go. Kobe can't do anything in the big blind. He'll leave himself with 14 bigs. $500,000 added to Martin's stack. That's what's out there pre-flop. 200k big blind ante, and then the 200k big blind itself, along with the 100k small blind. Bottom of your screen there, just getting refreshments, is Joseph Gulas, very experienced tournament player. Czech Republic, regular here in King's Resort. It's the Monsterstack. It's the gold ring number 6. This is Michael German. Under the gun, King 8 suited. Now, Leonard. He's full of creativity, this guy, but hasn't got the stack. Sitting on 12 million at one stage, he's down to 4.8. Not sure what the dealer is saying to him. Arian on the button with a pair. Of course he's going to open, but he's got a problem. Kobe is going to 3-bet rip, and Arian might think he's priced in to call here. So Kobe with the goods. Pocket jacks, small blind position. Just 2.7 million behind. 13 bigs behind. He's going to fire the lot in, I expect. Well, this is a feature of Kobe's game. He puts a huge percentage of a stack in. Well, Arian said, I'm not folding, so let's go. Let's run this. Open, he was up against 2 overcards. Or very odd time. Could be up against 4s or 3s or deuces, but that's a rarity. Sometimes he's crushed, like we see here. Needs to hit a 5. 2 diamonds. Well, there's potential there. There's only 1 5 left in the deck. 5 of hearts was folded. 8 of hearts extinguishes the potential for a flush. So 1 out only. 40 to 1 shot doesn't happen for Arian, and Kobe back in business. Patient, disciplined, waits for his opportunity. Gets it in good and just hopes he holds. That's the strat from Kobe. And it served him okay. He's gone from super short to 5.8 million, which is about 27 big blinds. You can see him listed there as 29 bigs, 5.9 million. Pepe G, the shorty, Martin, big stack, 12 million. Arian's taken a hit, but he's still super deep, sitting on 44 big blinds. Now, lucky 7. Folds under the gun. This is Leonard. He's going to open with Queen Jack. 24 bigs in his stack. Makes it 450. Folded around to Arian. He's picked up 5s again. Flats. He's a good record against Leonard, Arian. Kobe. Back in business. Just shy of 30 bigs. Well, problems ahead. The player with the real hand is sitting in the big blind position. Michael German, aces. You'd expect a 3-bet here. I think it's way too risky just to call the 450 and play this multi-way out of position. Well, here is the 3-bet. What size is the question? Looks like 1.6. Well, it's 1.2. And now Leonard, well, he's opened light. Gets a call and a 3-bet. He's not closing the action. He's going to just fold this Queen Jack. Now, Arian, he'll continue. He's just lost a big pot with 5s. And it looks like he's going to lose another one. Unless he can get lucky and connect, make a set. 3.1 million in the pot. Aces for Michael German. Well, that's sick. No club for German. Just 2 outs. Arian flopped a set. This is going to be a huge pot. Michael going to protect his overpair. He's first to act. He says all in. He's gone all in, and Arian's going to call 100% of the time. Yeah, let's go. Michael with just 2 outs. It's pretty sick. No club draw for Michael. Just the set draw. 2 outs. 2 chances to hit. 14%. I can understand the open chip there. He's just trying to protect his hand. But a set never folding. 6 on the turn. Arian saying, come on. Hold. Michael is just shrugging his shoulders. Says, that's it. My aces are cracked. What can I do? It's over for Michael German. Eliminated. He comes across as an absolute gent. He really does. We had him on yesterday's stream. Put in a really solid performance. That massive pot against Bumbelow. Couple of big pots against Bumbelow. Flopped the straight. Got maximum pay for it. He's been pretty solid for the last few days. What can I do? Elimination. 14th place. He'll get 4K. But I think Michael's sights were on higher aspirations. Elimination for Michael German. 6-handed on our feature table. 13 players remain. All these players go up the money ladder up to 4,345. That's the minimum guaranteed. You can see the player in the very right stacking. Huge stack. About 15 million, I believe. Peppa G folds. Arian 16 million. Well, that's crazy. He's more than double the average. He's average for 5 or 600. There's only about 90 million in total in play. Martin on the button with an ace. Of course he's going to open. Make it 4-2-5. Lucky 7. Jack 8 suited. Makes the call, and the big blind is getting a wonderful price here. Leonard. Well, actually it's lucky 7 in the big blind because there is no small blind. We have a dead small blind with the elimination of Michael German. 9-6-9. Lucky 7 has an option. Backdoors. Checks. Ace high is good. Martin in the lead. Kovimov. And he's going to put in a small continuation bet. Just hope to end this. 250 bet. Gets the job done. Gets his stack up to 13 million. Still in the 100k, 200k blind level. This blind level is about to expire. Another hand or two before we move to the 125, 250 blind level. If you've just joined the stream and you're wondering what you're watching, this is the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. It's happening right now in King's Resort And the event we're watching is the Monsterstack Gold Ring number 6, €500 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed. You can see the top right there showing we're just 13 players from 910 that started. Arian, he makes it $500,000 with the ace-9. Kobe, well, he's done pretty good. Kobe, he's worked his stack up close to 66 million, should I say. About 30 bigs. This is lucky 7 with the king 7 in the small blind. First is an open from Arian, who's everyone covered by quite some distance. This is Leonard 9-2 off. It's getting desperate for Leonard. He's going to be left sub 20 bigs. Ace shown. 17 million stack. There's 90 million in play. So his average stack for 5-handed play. Good situation. All of these 13 players, they've locked up 4,345. With jumps now starting to get really huge. Arian, of course he's going to open. Why not? Makes it 400. Min raise with the queen 10 suited. Kobe going to be folding. That's Michael German with the AC/DC t-shirt. Well, Leonard's picked up ace queen here in the small blind. I think he puts the lot in. I think he 3-bet rips for the lot. Chip leader. I mean, this is like a button open. And under the gun open from such a big stack. It really is like a button open. So all in. Pretty straightforward all in rip here from Leonard. And Pepe G, well, he's down to 11 bigs behind. It's going to be less because the blinds are going to increase. It's a new blind level now, 125,250. Arian's getting a count, but he's not going to be interested in paying close to 3.5 million with queen 10. Pepe G, the short stack. Small blind being posted by him. And the blinds are up, so he's going to have about 9 big blinds behind. Big blinds, chip leader, Arian. Under the gun, Kobe. As the chip leader center your screen, posting big blind. Kobe under the gun. It's still reading 200,000. So perhaps one final hand at this 100k, 200k blind level. Martin Karimov, Jack 9 suited. I think it's strong enough to open. Six-handed table 7 on the outer table. Martin Karimov opens to 575. Yeah, you can see the chips. It's 125, 250. Graphics will catch up. Folded all around. Karimov, 13 million stack. New blind level, 125, 250. Now, Peppa G, gonna let rip here. Sub 10 bigs, all in. Small blind is Arian, who folds the king 5. And Kobe, you'd expect just to fold the queen 10 here without any drama. Now, Leonard, 8-4 hijack. Folds Peppa G. Cut off folds Arian. Big stack, 16 million. What a great situation developing for him. 13 players remaining. Player you see in the center of your screen, that is Martin Karimov. Second in chips, well above average. It's Kobe on the left on the button. Well, I mean, this is crazy. Peppa G, the short stack, he's 10 big blinds and he's left the table. It's quite extraordinary that player would do that. Miss a hand. Now, Karimov, small blind, pocket eights. In the big blind is lucky 7. We're 6-handed here on our feature table, 7 on the outer table. This is one of the big stacks, Martin Karimov. He decides just to let rip here with the 8s. Lucky 7. About 17 or 18 bigs. Big blind is actually 250. So 19 big blind stacked behind. Lucky 7. Suited ace. Well, ace 2 suited. Not a hand that you're going to call off with. Just waiting for lucky 7 to make a decision. Suited ace, blind versus blind. It's not as straightforward as you would expect, but we did expect a fold, and that's what we got. Lucky 7 lets it go. 14 million for Martin Karimov. Very impressive. This guy has been, since the start of the day, seat 1 on the last feature table. Was the real standout player on that table. Not much has changed on the button here. Small blind, lucky 7, big blind, Leonard, who's starting to get low. But this is the shortest stack on the table. Pepe G, he folds. Arian, the big stack, 16 million. Kobe, 5.4 million. Average is about 7. Looks like 12 remain. 6 on our feature table, 6 on our outer table. 7 million is the average stack. Well, it's actually 7.5 million now, with 12 remaining. This is going to be interesting. Lucky 7 limps with a suited ace in the small blind. Leonard looks down at ace deuce in the big blind. If I'm Leonard, I'm tempted here to move my chips in. Ace deuce, you're going to get a load of hands you're flipping against to fold. This ace deuce blocking quite a few premium hands. I think we might see an all-in rip here. Now, lucky limped with ace 6 of clubs. You would think the reason for the limp is to call a bet. Well, it's the maximum. I would have preferred lucky just shoving there in the small blind. Takes away the possibility of this happening and getting exploited, folding the better hand. Short stack, big blind. Big stack under the gun. Arian folds the 8-3. Blind Billy V blind here. Leonard has the goods. All options open. Let's rip. Pepe G won't be calling. Snap fold from Pepe G with the 10-8. Leonard back up over 5 million, 5.3 million. Average is 7.5 million, which is about 30 bigs. It's exactly 30 bigs. 30 big blind average stack. 12 remain. All of these guys have locked up 4,345. That's your chip leader there on the left, posting big blind. This is Kobe under the gun. Pepe G. Nice value bet there with the Jack in the river, recognising he would have heard from an ace pre-flop. So button moves, Pepe G in the button. It's Kobe posting big blind, and under the gun here is Martin Karimov, who folds 5-4 off. Action now at Lucky 7. You can see the graphic there, top right. 12 remain. Lucky 7 with the bullets. Blinds 125, 250. 550 is the size from Lucky. I like it. Leonard, don't think going to get involved with the 9-5. Pepe G, a little bit of breathing space after winning that last hand. Arian folds Kobe. With an ace in the big blind, you'd expect him to defend here. 300k to call. Kobe decides not to continue. Lucky 7 getting no action. $12 remain. You can see how tight this table's playing. They've all locked up 4,300, but the jumps now starting really to get big. It's like €700 between 12th and 11th. And from there on in, it just gets bigger and bigger. Top prize close to 90,000. Top 6 will receive World Series of Poker Europe main event seats as part of their payout. $30 bigs is the average stack here. Pepe G sitting on 3.5 million. 14 big blinds. He lets rip with the small pair. 14 bigs. Arian suited ace. Well, it's close. I think given he's not closing the action. Well, I expected him to fold there. But he's made the call. He's in a straight race. But one of his 7s and one of his aces about to go in the bin. That's a big problem for Arian. Deuces favourite here. Ace in the bin, 7 in the bin. But Arian, he is suited. There's always that counterfeit potential against the small pair. Pepe G, big moment, 7.7 million pot. We'll bring him up to average, and I will bring him to average. Deuce makes a set. Arian connects, makes top pair, no good. He needs perfect. 2 spades on board. No spade. In Arian's hand, and the deuce on the turn makes it impossible. And a card in the deck. Still no good for Arian. Quads on the turn. 7.7 million pot, it's huge. Puts Pepe G right back into this. Very experienced check-based player. His son, Joseph Gulas Jr., is the World Series of Poker main event winner. 1.2 million he won last December here in King's Resort. Papa cheering him on, of course. That's your chip count graphic showing the state of play now. Different scenario for Peppa G. He's up to average stack, 30 big blinds. Kobe, just under 20 bigs. Plenty of chips on this table. Plenty deep. Really good structured event this. 1 hour clock. And of course the monster stack, as you would derive from its name. Plenty of chips for players at the start. 100k starting stack. Leonard with pocket sixes under the gun. $500k open from Leonard with the sixes. Fold it right around to Kobe on the button. Well, he's going to fold this if he's not defending with ace 3 in the big blind to 1 bet. There's no chance he's going to be entering the pot with ace 4. Having said that, there is a significant difference. In fact, he has position, but this does go in the bin. And action moves on to Martin in the small blind, who will be folding the Jack 7 and just Lucky 7. Ace 3 big blind. I would expect Lucky 7 to defend here, getting more than 4 to 1 on his money. Has an ace. Lucky 7. 250 to continue. Well, it's surprising to me that players for the minimum raise will not defend with an ace. I think that's just too tight. I really do. And in this scenario, I mean, a player, an aggressive player, this is like huge advantage for someone aggressive. They can exploit this situation big time. But who will step up, take control? That's the question. Kobe 9-8. He's playing pretty snug. Cut off here, 9-8 offsuit. Folds. Maybe it'll be this man, Martin Karimov. Suited king should be opening here in the button. Looks around, looks at the players in the blinds. Lucky 7 small blind. That's interesting. His maximum exposure, he's looking at 5 million is the max. Small blind is 4.6 and Leonard with a similar size stack in the big blind. Now, it doesn't make sense Lucky tanking here with ace 5. When he folds to 1 bet in the big blind with ace 3, he's not really seriously thinking of calling off 4.6 million with ace 5 in the small blind. I don't think so. It just wouldn't make sense. Guess there is a difference in the player that's opening. This is a button open, whereas he was versus an under the gun open last hand. So there is subtle but significant differences, but I don't think he's ever going to call here. Ace 5. I mean, Karimov is just hating the situation at the moment. If he hears the word call, he just goes, oh my God, I'm dead and buried. Fold as expected from Lucky 7. Leonard will be folding the Jack 10. And this, you're going to see, is the benefit there of just letting rip there. King 3, you're getting these hands you're flipping against, like Jack 10 to fold, and hands better than you, like Ace X to fold. And you're scooping in 625 extra chips. So we were just questioning who would stand up, take control. And I think we have our answer. Martin Karimov back on top. For me, definitely the standout player of the last few days. Now, Arian took a big hit. Pepe G double through him. In a straight race, A7 suited versus deuces. Set on the flop, quads on the turn. Ace King this time for Arian. About halfway through this, 125, 250 blind level. Quite a lot of bigs in play, so no one under extreme pressure. Now, Lucky 7 on the button with 8-5. You'd expect Leonard here in the small blind with Jack 2 just to snap fold this. Pepe G doesn't waste any time. Hands the chips over. Arian likes to show his big hands, as if to say, I never raise with junk. $7.5 million is the average stack, and the big blind is 250k. So 30 bigs is average. This is Kobe under the gun with the Ace-5 suited. He's put in a solid performance. Ace-5 of spades. Arian giving respect to Kobe. Kobe's been super selective when entering pots. He's probably the tightest player. Well, he is the tightest player at the table, there's no doubt. There's been a reason for that. He hasn't got the chips. But he's getting there. He's back up over 5 million. Average 7.5. 5 million is good for 20 bigs. This is lucky 7. 4.6 million in his stack. Leonard in the cutoff, A7. So 500k min raise for Leonard in the cutoff with the A7. Snap fold from Pepe G. This is Arian in the small blind. He folds the King 10. Kobe with Ace Jack suited will be continuing. The only question is, does he just call the open here or does he 3-bet? I think he 3-bets versus cutoff open from pretty active player. I think we're going to see a 3-bet from Kobe. These are half-mil chips. It's 2.5 million. It's counted out there. It's basically half a stack. And there's the 3-bet. And this is a feature we pointed out at Kobe's game. You like bet huge percentage of a stack. It's pretty much the same as an all-in. He's just saying, look, I'm completely committed. Leonard's not going to call here. Kobe, as we pointed out, he's playing pretty tight. You could see he opened last hand on the Jack 9 for Arian in the big blind position, wasn't defended simply because of the player that opened, Kobe. And Leonard just taking his time here, but he's going to fold the A7, no doubt. Kobe wins the pot up to 6 million. This is the short stack. Well, along with Leonard, lucky 7 and Leonard are the two shortest stacked players. There's about 4.5 million in that stack. Lucky 7 is going to open. Makes it 550. The King Queen. Kobe in the small blind. You'd expect him just to let go of this 9-4 of hearts. And Martin will probably release the 9-5 off. Well, he puts in the 300k. Goes for the value. Puts in 300k. There's now 1.5 million out there. But he's missed. Check. from Martin, and I think end of hand. Lucky will put in a small continuation bet here. Good check back. Martin makes a piece of it, picks up a pair, but five's no good against queens. But he does have a 2-pair draw, trip draw. Lucky 7. Pretty clear to him now he's not up against an ace. But he checks back again and goes for value on the river. Now that queen could be problematic for Martin. Probably disregarding a queen from Lucky's holding. Would have heard from it. And this is going to just get snapped off. 1 million. Lucky might even value raise here. He's the nut kicker. Ace queen he would have heard from pre-flop. King queen is pretty much the nuts versus the big blind on this board. So we're going to see a raise. He'll be targeting weaker queens. And like 6x, ace x obviously snaps him off. So lucky 7. Facing 1 million. I think Martin thinks this is a value bet. Now this, he just flats the 1 million. That's incredible. And I think, wow, Martin didn't even show. Now I'm surprised because I think King High, there is a case for King High calling there. It's interesting. Lucky didn't go for the value raise there. Oh, sorry, missed it. He jammed. Okay. Makes so much more sense. Thank you for correcting me. Really didn't make sense there what was going on. Now, Leonard under the gun, Jack 10. About 20 minutes left in this 125, 250 blind level. Then we go to the 150, 300k. Still plenty of big blinds in play. This is Peppa G with a suited ace. Has worked his way up to 7.1 million. He makes it 550 with the ace deuce of hearts. Kobe folds on the button, and Martin sitting on 12 million folds. Lucky 7 has worked his stack back up to 6 million. King deuce in the big blind. He lets it go. Peppa G, above average stack, 7.7 million. Martin in the button position. Blinds posted by Lucky 7 and Leonard. Pepper G under the gun with the 9-6 suited. Arian snap folds and Kobe. In the cut-off position with a suited 10, 10-3 of diamonds. 6 players on our feature table, 6 on the outer table. 12 players remain.
Raise 575.
Lucky 7 with 10-3 of spades. 3-bet incoming, perhaps. Can't see him flat calling. Folding, more likely. And now Leonard with just a horrible hand to defend with. Jack 2 offsuit. So Martin takes down the pot, adds 625k to his stack. That's what's out there pre-flop between the big blind ante, and the small blind. Now, Kobe picked up a premium queens. $250 big blind. Raise size, I expect around 550. Looks like 575 with the queens. Martin snap folds the 10-9. Lucky 7. The Jack 7. Jack 8 will go into the dustbin also. Just Pepe G now in the big blind. Looks down at ace 3 and he snap folds. I find it remarkable that these aces are not defended in the big blind. I mean, even against a big pair like queens, you've still like got 30%. You're getting like 4-1 on your money. You hit, you could scoop a massive pot. Having said that, sometimes you hit your ace, you don't know where you are. But I think long term you should be defending with an ace versus an open of that size. Martin will open ace 5. Hijack position. Big blind still 250. About 15 minutes or so left in this level. Makes it 575, but Lucky's picked up a premium. Jacks for Lucky. 3-bet incoming, you would expect. Jacks for lucky 7. Announced all in. It's gone for the lot. Leonard, small pair. This goes straight in the bin. Race 6 for Arian. No decision. And Martin won't waste any time. 5.3 million all in. Well, it's 5.9 in total. 5.3 million for Martin to call. So just going to let go of the ace 5. Lucky 7 wins a pot. Gets his stack up to 7.1 million. So all the short stacks collecting chips. There's like a good bunch of blinds on this table, and there's no one super short. The short stack at the moment is seat 1, Leonard. Ironically started this feature table as chip leader with 9.2 million. I think he's sitting around 4 million. This is lucky 7 with the 10-9 and the hijack. Average is 7.5 million. This is Leonard. He's down to 4.2. About 17 bigs. So Kobe in the big blind here with a suited ace. Interesting spot here. Arian in the small blind makes it 750k. Kobe will continue. Just puts in the 500. Going to see a flop. 1.8 million in the pot. Arian with the bigger stack. He's Kobe covered. Hits bottom pair. Kobe has missed. Arian checks. I think we're going to see a check back here from Kobe. Four on the turn. Arian just confirming that he does have a pair. And now he puts in a delayed continuation bet at 125. Well, that doesn't make sense because the minimum is 250. So I'd say one of them chips is a pink chip. Wow. This is sticky from Kobe. He calls the 1,025,000. Can he hit? Go ahead. No, he can't. Ace high. Good here, quite a lot. But Arian with 2 pair. Arian shuts down, but Kobe may feel that he has to fire to win this. Checks back. King 3 wins a sizable pot, 3.8 million. Kobe got sticky there on the turn. Check back river. Bet would have won it for him, but he felt he'd show down value with his ace high. Biggest stack on the table. Martin, carry him off. This is lucky 7. And now Leonard, the short stack. 4.2 million. Pocket kings. 17 big blinds. You'd expect a min raise. It looks like 500k, the minimum. Pepe G could be tempted. King Jack off. I think this is just a fold. Disciplined fold from Pepe G. Button gets out of the way. And now Kobe. Down to 4.4 million after that pot. Versus Arian. Jack 6 suited. Is he thinking of 3-betting here with the Jack 6? Well, it's not going to work. But from what we've seen in Kobe, he's just letting this type of hand go. Now, Martin. In the big blind's a different story. Getting a super price, but look what he picks up. 6 deuce off. No action whatsoever for Martin. Sorry, no action for Leonard. Martin folds the 6 deuce. Leonard up to 4.8 million. Button moves coming towards the end of this 125 250k blind level. Kobe down to 17 and a half big blinds. Picks up a pair. This is pretty much an all-in. The vast majority of Kobe's stack got over the line. Snap fold from the small blind. Martin. And lucky 7 will be folding once he looks at both cards. 10-4 off suit. So lucky 7 just eating up some of the clock time here. Never really seriously considering calling with the 10-4. Kobe takes down a pot. He's sitting on 5 million. 20 big blinds. He's one of the short stacks. I think Leonard is the shortest stack on the table. And a goodbye to our moderator, Johan. Thank you for looking after us. Appreciate all your good work And we'll see you soon. So Kobe in the cutoff, he's going to be folding the A3. 20 big blind stack. This is Martin Karimov, 11 million on the button position. Martin, 6 deuce. Opens on the button, 575. Leonard with a suited Jack 5. Big blind position, 325 to call. Problem is his stack depth. Well, he also has a problem with the hand strength. Jack 5. But he is seriously considering his options here. He could 3-bet, Martin's opening range very wide. Leonard in the tank. Looks like he wants to continue. I'm thinking it will be a 3-bet if he does continue. But in the end, he decides you can have that one. Martin will scoop another pot, gets his stack back up to 12 million. Button moves, blinds posted. Pepe G in the big blind under the gun. Arian, who's joint chippy on this table. Well, in fact, he is the chip leader on 13 million. I understand this will be the last hand of this 125 250k blind level. And we're going to be taking a break. Well, the player left there when action wasn't on him, so I think that was lucky 7. He's going to get a penalty for that. And you can understand why. I mean, Martin here, he's an easy decision to open. Like, a third, 33% of the players that should be in the hand aren't in the hand. Pepe G, 10-4, big blind. Wow. Well, there's a lot going on here. The fact that Lucky 7 got up and left his seat, Pepe G thinking that would be motivation for Martin Karimov to open, and Martin's opening quite a lot of hands. Pepe G recognizing this, and he decides to shove here, and it gets through. Pepe G takes down the pot and gets his stack up to he gets his stack up to 7.8 million. We're going to go on a break. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes. Do join us for this WSOP circuit No Limit Hold'em Monsterstack final day. Back soon.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Players are coming back. 150,000, 300,000, 300,000. 150, 300, 300. 150, 300, 300.
Welcome back to King's Resort. This is the Monster Stack. We're down to just 2 tables, 12 players. And we have a new blind level. Blind level is the 150, 300k blind level. Average stack is 7.5 million. And players just handing up their electronic devices. Pretty strict here on the feature table, just to ensure that there's no funny business at any time. Button with the short stack in seat 1, which is Leonard. Small blind, you can see Pepe G, and that's the big blind there on the left hand side, the big stack of the table under the gun. Kobe, he's going to be opening with Ace Jack, you'd expect, 6-handed table. So Kobe under the gun, 4.9 million. There's the open, big blind 300k. He makes it 675, and Martin folds the King 10 and Lucky 7 in the cutoff. He's worked his stack up to 6.4. 7.5 is the average. So Kobe with the Ace Jack, this is the short stack on the table. 15 bigs. Folds, but Pepe G with a pair here in the small blind position. 7.8 million. He's Kobe well covered. Well, that's tight. Pocket 8s, didn't fancy continuing. Snap folds the 8s. And Kobe, he gets respect, doesn't he, when he opens Kobe. We've seen this gentleman in the centre of your screen in the big blind with the Jack 9, not defending, versus a min race from Kobe. And there we've seen the 8s snap folded. Button moves, big blind now, Kobe under the gun, Martin. This is Martin Karimov. Folds the 4 deuce under the gun. This is Lucky 7. Hijack 8-6. 12 remain. Lucky 7 takes his time. 8-6 off. Hijack position, he folds. Action now with Leonard. Pepe on the button. Pocket Jack, 7.8 million average stack. He's the chip leader in the small blind. And Kobe in the big blind. We're certainly going to see an open. It looks like $700 with the jacks. But Pepe G not going to get any action. Kobe will be folding the Jack 3 offsuit. You can see top right average stack displayed at 7.5 million. 12 players left in the field. This is Leonard, one of the short stacks left in the field. The short stack on this table looks down at ace 9, 15 bigs. Ace 9, he is suited. Certainly going to be playing this, Leonard. Not sure what's going on. Arian has a problem somewhere. Floor is called, having a clue what's going on here. But I do know one thing. This guy Andy Tillman will snap sort it out. It's his chip stack. He's saying he's more chips than he's less chips than he had at the break. That's what he's saying. All in. 15 bigs, Leonard. Risky. I don't mind it. But you do not want to hear call. One of the benefits of this all-in rip is you're going to get like a hand like eights to probably fold. I'm not sure does he fold. It's going to be close. Kobe with similar stack size. I think Kobe folds this, to be honest. I don't mind getting your money in first with a pair of this strength, but calling, you're never, like, it's rare you're crushing your opponent. Maybe sevens he does this with. That's the only hand. But then there's a ton of hands that you're crushed. Well, he's gone for it. It's an interesting one. Didn't think he would, but you think Gates. I don't mind this, but he doesn't have much in the pot. Basically calling, hoping for a flip. Sometimes he's crushed. Less times he's ahead. Leonard didn't want to hear call, but he's happy to see what he's up against. But he needs to hit, and that isn't any good, that board. There's 3 aces and 3 nines still in the deck. 7 no good. 8s holding here as we go to the river. And 8s win. I think we have a bust out, an elimination. Both stacks very close. Dealer confirms. Leonard, 12th place finisher, started as the chip leader when we were down to 2 tables. But now finds himself on the rail. He will receive 4,345, but all of these 11 players left in the mix guaranteed 5k minimum. Now Arian with the ace 4, Kobe up to 10 million. Average stack is about 8 million. Kobe folds the ace 7. Martin Karimov with 11 million behind. Queen Jack in the small blind. Good 3-bet here. Better than flatting, I think, and he decides the best option is to fold. Lucky 7 with the Jack 6. What a turnaround for Kobe. $10 million stack. Average is just about, I think, about 8.1, 8.2 million. Well, there's been another bust out. There's a player eliminated from one of the outer tables, from the other table. There's just 2 tables in play. So we've 5 on our feature, 5 on our outer, just 10 players left. Kobe, we're on the final table bubble here. Kobe with Jack 10 suited in the cutoff. He makes it 675, and Lucky now is the short stacked player on the table. Playing about 18 big blinds. Folds the 10-7. And Pepe G not interested. Kobe up to 11 million. Joint chip leader on this table. You can see the stats there. Kobe 11, Martin 11, but Arian still has 12 million. Still good for the chip lead. Pepe G 7.9 million is close to average. Well, it's actually gone up now with just 10 remaining. There's a total of 90 million in play. So with 10 players remaining, average stack will be 9 million. And you can see it up there. 9.1 million exactly is average. So getting really tense. The pay jumps now massive. The difference between 10th and 9th, €1,200 almost. This is Martin Karimov. Makes it 650 in the cutoff with the King 9 suited. Lucky 7. The short stack on the button with an ace. Pepe G, King 10 suited. Small blind position. It's 3-bet Martin. A couple of times and he 3-bets again. Makes it 2 million. Pepe G picking his spots smartly. Martin can't do anything with King 9 suited. Or can he? Well, he feels he's getting exploited here by Pepe G. So he's going to get stubborn, dig his heels in. He's going to call with the King 9 of clubs. He does not want to hit a king. Well, Ace, Jack, 8. Pepe G with the good shot. And here comes the continuation bet, which I think will get things done. Martin. Surprised he called a 3-bet and he floats here with the King 9. Going to set something up. Ace on the turn. Well, Pepe G is finished with the hand now. He checks and Martin is going to go and try and steal this. That is some float on the flop. Martin checks back. And he actually goes ahead. Incredible, he hits his 9. Pepe G. Oh boy, that is just super strong play. That's super strength shown. The check back on the turn. Pepe G decides, okay, you don't have it. I'm the one with the aces here. Moves all in. That's too difficult. I mean, you just can't call this. Why can't you call it? Well, the player moving in here is the player that 3-bet pre-flop. Martin, with his opportunity on the turn, decided to check back. Pepe G, King High, absolutely none of this. But Martin can't call here. There's no way he can call. Still got 7.6 million behind, which is 25, 26 bigs. No way he can call. It's a pretty crazy hand, this. You gotta respect the shove here from Pepe G. He's like, look, you don't want it. I'm going to take it. He gets a jack to fold here, I think. And I'm certain he's going to get the 9 to fold, but perhaps not. Perhaps Martin Karimov can work this out, but it's impossible to work out. Pepe G 3-betting pre. So straight away, you're going to put him on a high value range. Straight gets there. Martin folds the best hand. I don't blame him. Pretty sick move, this. And it brings Pepe G up to 12 million. I mean, there's only two hands that Pepe G, he's been playing super tight, super solid. Seen him folding eights pre, not defending with aces. And then the two hands he has just kicked off on, both hands he's 3-bet super light against the same player. Massive, massive pot. And I mean, it was really unusual. Martin got very, very sticky there pre, calling that 3-bet. And then he was setting something up. I mean, the float on the flop on the ace-jack export. You would have thought that it worked out perfectly, that Pepe G just shut down on the turn, checked. You expected Martin to just win the pot, steal it. Check back. Then he hit his 9, he went ahead. And Pepe G just shoved. Pepe G in position, hits the board. Check, bet, and we're going to see a fold from Kobe. We're going to see a new chip leader on this table. Pepe G. That is Joseph Gulas. Massive experience on the circuit for quite a while. His son is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Scooped 1.27 million. €1.25 million was awarded to Joseph Gulas Jr., who satellited in to the event. Incredible story. Now Pepe G, well, he's starting to go up through the gears, but he's picking up the hands also. Big slick in the cutoff. And he has come to the top of the food chain, Pepe G. Arian folds. Kobe's going to fold the 10-6 in the small blind. Martin, Jack 2 offsuit, can't do anything. Flicks over the blinds to Pepe G, the new table boss. Real interesting dynamics unfolding here on our feature table, particularly between this gentleman listed as Pepe G and the player in the bottom right, which is the player you now see on the bottom right of your screen, Martin Karimov. Arian still with 11 million. Average is 9 million. Pocket pair, he opens to 750. Kobe with the suited ace in the button. So these three players all with chips that you see in your screen there. Pepe G in the left, chip leader. Center, Arian, who's opened here with threes. And then we have Kobe, ace, deuce, suited on the button, considering his options. 3-bet would work. Having said that, Arian, we've seen, gets very sticky with these small pairs. I think this is a 3-bet. These hands containing an ace, so powerful, blocking so many premiums. Kobe, 3-bets to 1.7 million. Lucky 7 will snap fold the 10-5 off. Versus an open on a 3-bet, you would expect a snap fold. Is he thinking of 4-betting? No, I don't think so. Cards go in the dustbin. And look at this, Arian. Snap calls. 4.4 million in the pot. Arian has Kobe covered. 10 players, final table bubble. Kobe hits. Arian checks. We might see Kobe check back for pot control. He has kicker issues, but no, he's going to just continue, end the pot. Top pair, he's happy to take down the 4.4 million that's in the pot. Arian loses. He asks, what was your kicker? And Kobe just shrugs his shoulders as if to say, I don't know. Interesting feature table here. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this develops. I've no idea who's on the other table. But we will see the two tables joined for a final table of 9 players when the next player is busted out. Still plenty deep. Big blind 300k. No real extreme pressure. This is the short stacked lucky 7. Playing about 15 bigs. He's going to move in here, I think. Well, he just limps in with the Queen Jack. Pepe G with the goods. Pocket 10s. Looks at the clock. Looks at lucky 7 stack. He's trying to figure out exactly what stack size he's up against. Pocket 10s. Could just spot in here. 6 on top, 900 total. Lucky 7 with Queen Jack. Lucky 7, he limps with the Queen Jack, and now he's faced with a raise. You would think he was limping to call a raise. I expect him to put money in here. It's pretty tight, isn't it? Queen Jack in the small blind. Pepe G pocket tens, but I mean, it was a straight flip there versus 2 overs. Lucky 7 down to about, guess he's about 13 and a half, 14 big blinds. He's the short stack at the table. This is Kobe. He's turned things completely around. 12 million stack. Martin cut off 7 million. He folds. Lucky. Button 4.7 million. 14 bigs. King Jack. Put it all in, Lucky. $750K out there. $650 raise on the button. Oh, this will work. Lucky 7 takes down the pot, gets a stack up to 5.5 million. Now, Lucky 7 opens once again in the cutoff with Ace 3. Pepe G, the big stack, playing 14 million folds. Arian comes in from the small blind pretty light here. And Kobe with Ace 8. All these players are blocking each other. Kobe in the lead with the Ace 8. 350 to call. Interesting spot here for Kobe. And it looks like he is going to 3-bet. And it will work. Lucky 7 will just get out of the way here. Can't continue with Ace 3 off. $1.3 million. Playing 4.8 folds. Now Arian, super stubborn Arian, but he does fold. The 8-5 suited. Kobe jumps on the opportunity, gets his stack up to 14 million. Button moves, blinds are posted. Kobe, Pepe G, 2 short stacks for so long on this feature table. Now top of that chip count chart, and a bit of distance between them and the other 3 players, which is Arian, Martin, Karimov, this gentleman you see, Lucky 7. who is the short stack at the table, playing 14 bigs, folds the Jack 8, Peppa G, cut off Queen 9. They really have gone up the gears, Peppa G and Kobe. They've increased their opening frequency by quite a lot, but Peppa G now going to find a problem. Kobe in the small blind with ace queen versus cut off open from a big stack. I think you're going to see Kobe 3-bet. He looks at Martin Karimov, who's sitting in the big blind. He looks at his stack just in case he runs into a premium. Well, he just flats with the ace queen. Now Martin getting a super price here. 6-5 in the big blind. It's 2 million in the pot. 550 to call, so it's going to take advantage of these appealing odds and put in the additional, well, 400 to call. 5-1 on his money. Good shot for Martin. Everyone else has missed. Peppa G checks back. And now Martin hits a pair and a good shot. And that's why you defend with 6-5 off when you're getting such a pretty price. Kobe leads, but Martin not going anywhere. Could be a shoving spot. Good shot. 2-pair draw, trip draw, just in case he is behind to a pair. What? Oh boy. Really? I just can't believe that. Well, he just read Kobe for being super strong. He was strong. Ace Queen, just flatted pre. Check flop. I just can't believe that fold, I'll be honest. Even against an over pair. Martin has a ton of equity. Okay, Arian in the cutoff, King 9. This is Kobe. 15 million in chips, 10 million is the average stack. We're on the final table bubble. So another 3-bet from Kobe. This guy is, I mean, he's just playing a pretty perfect tournament so far. I mean, I had my doubts earlier. I just thought he was a bit nitty, but I mean, he's just playing beautiful poker, this guy Kobe. He's just picking his spots beautifully. Lucky 7 is not going to be getting involved with the Jack 3. And Arian is getting frustrated. He says, look, you're 3-betting me way too often. And Kobe says, I got it. Look, ace jack, it's an absolute monster. 5-handed. Really interesting situation. How this feature table is unfolding it's highly entertaining for me, for sure, watching. Arian, different styles, folds under the gun. Arian, well, he's getting pushed about quite a bit by this guy Kobe. who's just found his rhythm the last couple of orbits. Martin Karimov, who was the table boss, has been knocked right back. And he's going to be further deflated when he hears the news of what happened on that King 9 versus King 10 hand. Pepe G just stole the pot. He mugged Martin on the river. Lucky is the short stack player, and he's not playing well. What incredible that he folded in the small blind with Queen 8. And what's more incredible is that he would have ran into Queens Pepe G in the big blind. Change of dealer. Lucky 7 takes a quick walk to the rail. Keeps his fans updated. He is short. He's going to have to generate some activity soon. 13 bigs. Arian. You can see the tension. The stress levels are pretty high. The money at stake is incredible. Basically for 10th it's 5k, for first is 90k. So you can do the mathematics and make your own judgments based on your own net worth. But for me, that's very substantial money. Pepe G, small blind, versus Arian in the big blind. Pepe G will definitely fight for the big blind, there's no doubt about that. He just asks Arian to give him a clear look at what kind of stack he has, and there's the 150 limp in the small blind position from Pepe G, and Arian checks his option with a suited king. It's all super standard so far. Bottom pair for Arian. Pepe G has missed. Arian checks back, and now 2 pair for Arian. That's the kind of card that Pepe G could rep, but he checks, and full house for Arian. Pepe G, well, how he hasn't fired at any stage is incredible. Pepe G. Arian, bottom pair, 2 pair, and then full boat. Just got better and better, but no money, no reward. He'll post small blind, and the chip leader on the right hand side of your screen, that is Kobe. He'll post the big blind 300k and 300k for the big blind ante. Under the gun, Martin. Lucky 7 in the cutoff. Folds. Pepe G has picked up another high pair jacks in the button position. And there's the 700k standard open. And Arian calling light. He loves these suited cards. Comes in the small blind with the king 4 suited. Kobe in the big blind. He's 3-bet a few times with this type of hand in this type of situation. I expect him to just flat here. And there is the flat call. A6 suited. Versus king 4 versus jacks. Really interesting flop. Arian and Kobe both have the flush draw. Pepe G is going to check back, I think. I mean, versus two players, well, pardon me, surprised he's going to fire on this board, multi-way. He's going to get called in two spots. And Pepe G, even though he's in the lead, he's just going to completely put up the handbrake. Nut flush draw for Kobe. Has to continue. Eight of spades on the turn. Jack still in the lead, and Pepe G with two blockers to the straight that's out there. Arian checks. Kobe's going to check. He'll want to see a river. Try and hit his flush. Action with Pepe G. What does he do? Decision time. He checks back. And now the river 4. Someone may try and steal this. Arian probably check because he's showdown value with 2 pair. Kobe in a funny spot. Ace high. And he checks. So pot will be awarded to Pepe G. Checks back. Arian thinks he could be good here, but the jacks and nines. And you can see Pepe G, the experience, just waiting for the opponents to show their cards. And that's a pretty decent pot, 4.2 million. Button has moved. Martin in the big blind. Average stack 9.1 million. Lucky 7 with 4.1 million. Kobe with the King Queen suited. He's moved all in. Decision time for Martin, but King 10 just not strong enough to call here. Rarely is he ahead. He's just 5.1 million behind, which is 17 bigs. But I think this is not really legitimate to call here King 10. It's close. It's not that straightforward. But King 10 too light. Kobe shows. He says, look, I'm not messing around. Got the goods. 16 million stack for Kobe, I think. Pepe G also sitting on 16 million. Arian around the 10 million mark. And then we have 2 short stacks. We have this gentleman on the right of your screen. Martin posting small blind, and then Lucky 7 in the big blind. Lucky 7 just has about 4 million behind. Queen 10 suited Pepe G. He'll open. Why not? See these top players, they just get into a flow. They get into a rhythm. And the more inexperienced players, they just pressure is ratcheted up and they start making bad decisions. Martin Karimov, King 9, he folds. Lucky 7, just 3.5 million behind, 11 bigs behind. $700K total raise size. He's 300 invested for the big, 300 in for the ante. It's costing him 400. It's getting close to 4-1. Goes to a stack, but that doesn't mean anything. Does fold. Leaves himself with 11 big blinds. Pepe G. Chip leader. What a turnaround. Super short. Played super tight. Arian. Well, he's down to 6.6. He had 17 million at one stage. Kobe. Short for so long. But now back in business and running the show here. King 10 in the cutoff. King 10 suited. That's 600K. That's 650 or 675 exactly, I think it is. Martin can't do anything. 5 million stack. 17 big blinds, but Lucky 7 is going to have to do something fast. 11 bigs. Can't afford to let the button run through him again. But not going to do anything with 6-2 off. Pepe G in the big blind position. 10-9 defends as expected, puts in the additional 375. It's all super standard so far. Pepe G, top pair, checks. Going to see a continuation from Kobe. Pepe G, massive favourite. Hits his 9. Kobe's 10 is dead. Pepe G just decides to smooth call with top pair. Now Kobe does have the back doors, but this 7 of hearts leaves him drawing dead to a king. Pepe G checks. These are the two big stacks left in the tournament. Kobe doesn't want to go to war, decides to check, and he's certainly going to be checking back if Pepe G decides to check this deuce on the river, but I think Pepe G will be going for some value. Target. Pocket 6s, pocket 8s. Ace, king, ace, queen might call. Small size. King 10 is going to fold. Comfortable value bet from Pepe G. He's safe in the knowledge he's not going to get raised, given that deuce landed on the river. That would favour Pepe G's defending range. Kobe counting out chips. King high can be good here sometimes. What's he beating? 4-5, 4-6, 5-6. I mean, besides that, really, I don't think. Oh, incredible. Pepe G gets paid, and that brings him up to 18 million. Decent pot. Chip leader, overall tournament leader, you would expect close to double the average, sitting on 18 million with 10 million as the average stack. Still have an outer table, have no idea who's in the outer table. Alfredo was moved there from this table some time back, and Alexander Batovac was still there, big stack. But besides that, I really don't have an idea who's there. So, lucky 7, the short stack, 6-3 on the button. Not much he can do here. So Pepe G and Arian in a bit of a raising war here. Arian is going to win this war. Pepe G folds his king high. Ten players remain in this Monsterstack Gold Ring World Series of Poker Circuit event. 910 players started. Average stack 9.1 million. Martin with just 5 million. But this is the super short. Lucky 11 bigs. And that button moving around quite fast. Just 5 handed on our feature table. 5 players obviously on the outer table. Lucky 7 will fold the 9-6 off. Pepe G has picked up queens again on the button. Don't look like he's going to get any action, Pepe G. Makes it 700k. Kobe in the big blind with 9 deuce. He just can't really kind of go to battle with this kind of hand versus the only player at the table that has him covered. Just makes sense to fold this trash hand and move on. to the next hand. Pepe G, 18 million. Well, 19 million now. That's your TD for the event, Andy Tillman. Keeping an eye on both tables. Kobe, second place, 13 million. Arian, 7.1 million. Martin, sitting on 16 bigs. And then the short stacked Lucky 7, who's going to have to do something soon. He's under the gun here, but he's going to be posting close to 20% of his stacked blind next hand. Now cut off, Pepe G will open. 10-9, got to open, got the chips, got the momentum. $700K seems to be the standard raise size. Kobe can't do anything with King 5 in the small blind position. But believe me, he knows what Pepe G is at. Pepe G is running proceedings here. He's the table boss, and he really knocked Martin around a bit earlier. Martin, I mean, he's played such a super tournament, this guy, Martin Karimov. Just got involved in an absolute crazy hand with King 9 versus King 10. He's just waiting to check flop. Well, actually, he's putting his hand up, showing his opponent. What kind of stack? Lovely board for Pepe G to continue with comfort. He would have heard from an ace pre-flop. And that 500K bet won't be called. Martin. King 6 off. Lets it go. Pepe G takes down another one. 20 million. And it's just all too easy at the moment for the Czech pro. Father of the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Champion in his own right, Pepe G. So this is the moment of truth for Lucky 7. He's got quite a lot invested in this pot, and he's going to get tested because Pepe G is going to open once again. Ace 10 under the gun. Big blind. Well, 400K now the big blind is. So out of 3.3 million, Lucky 7 has 800K invested. That's 25%. That's 25% of a stack. Blind over the line. Kobe trying to restart things. Was in control, but Pepe G is taken over on the button here with Queen 8 of diamonds. And he will stand up to Pepe G. He goes, "You're not going to have things your own way, my friend." 3 bets with the Queen 8 as that button, which is super important. Lucky 7. Well, this is ugly, isn't it? Pick up a beautiful hand full of potential. You've like 25% of your stack in there blind. And the 2 big stacks are in a raising war. What can you do? Probably just fold. I'd be very tempted to just go with this and say, there you go, boys. Have some of that. Suited, connected. Lucky 7 in the tank. Folds. Now, Pepe G, I think he could just fold here. He's out of position. The only player that can damage his stack is Kobe. He's the one that 3-bet him. I don't mind a fold here. Pepe G folds Kobe. Just making a statement with that 3-bet in the button with the Queen 8 suited. Button moves. Martin on the button's short stack. Is Lucky 7 posting small blind, and Kobe will post the 400k big blind, and you can see him giving 4 100k chips to the dealer for the big blind ante. This is our feature table, one of 2 tables. There's 10 players left. 5 on this table, 5 on the outer table. Now, Kobe. He opens. Martin, I mean, look at Martin's stack size, 3.8 million. He's sub 10 bigs. It's absolutely brutal. But, I mean, he can't really point out anything he's done terribly wrong. That King 9 hand was just a bit funky. Besides that, Martin has played an absolute super tournament. Lucky 7, desperately short. 9-3, horrible to look at, has to fold. And Pepe G, Jack 6 suited, lets it go. I like Pepe G's strat here. He's just avoiding Kobe. Arian posts big blind. Under the gun will be Kobe, and then Martin you see on the right, who is going to put it in. If he gets any kind of hand, he's going to put it in. He's 9 bigs, I believe, on that button moving around. This is the final table bubble. 10 players left. Ace 4 and suited Kobe will open. 16 million stack. Here we go. 850 is the open size. Martin looks well. Here we go. Martin, carry him off. Well, this is it. 3-bet all in for sure. Kobe, along with Pepe G, they've been opening every hand between them. If Kobe doesn't open, Pepe G does. If Pepe G doesn't open, Kobe does. So Ace 10 is in good shape here most of the time, and we can see it's in great shape. So 3-bet 2.8 million. The problem for Martin is his stack size. Now, Lucky 7, what's going on with him? He's on the button with Jack 9. He's going to be folding for sure. And now Pepe G folds. Arian folds, and Kobe's going to be priced in. Martin didn't go all in, but left himself with a couple of chips, and Kobe has to go with this. He's getting priced in. He's getting 2.5 to 1 in his money. Suited ace. It all goes in, and Martin's going to be in great shape to double through Kobe. World Series of Poker circuit. This is the monster stack. This is Kobe. And he goes, yeah, I have to. Ace 4 suited. Martin is loving life. About time, he thinks to himself. 8.6 million in that pot, and that is expected to be awarded to him, but this is tournament poker. Anything is possible. Kobe has the heart draw, wheel draw. 4 is good. But Martin in control of this hand, dominating his opponent. 7-6 deuce, no heart. This is a good flop for Martin. Just has to avoid a 4. There's 2 4s in the deck. Oh boy, that is gross. Absolutely gross. Kobe hitting a 2-outer. It's over. End of tournament. That is just brutal. Martin Karimov. Well, I can't say enough good about the German player. He played brilliant poker. Kobe, though, I mean, what can I do? And you can see him explaining. He doesn't need to explain. Pepe G understands exactly the story. That was a call. He's getting the right price. He's got to do it. Suited as an ace. But it's pretty sick if you're in Martin Karimov's position. You've just busted out of a big tournament on the bubble. And that's it. Final table about to start. Give us about 15 minutes. We'll bring you all the action. I'm really looking forward to how this develops, this final table. It's going to be super. I know it is. Talk to you soon.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Going back. 200, 400, 400. 200, 400, 400. Shuffle up and deal. 2, 4, and 4.
Welcome back to King's Resort. Final table time here at the Monsterstack. And look at Alfredo. He's made it to the promised land. The final table. And seat 1 you can see Kobe. Seat 2 is Aryan. Seat 3, that's Josef Gulas. It really has been epic so far. That last table, I found it fascinating. All of these guys have locked up €6,200. We have a real short stack in the form of Yannick and Lucky 7, two shorties. Kobe is the big stack after knocking out Martin that last hand to break the bubble. 9 remain, just 1% of the original starting field. Blinds are 200,000, 400,000. Alexander back with sixes here. 7.3 million, average is 10 million. So Alexander makes it 1.3 million. Lucky has to go with this. Ace 10. I mean, he mightn't get another opportunity. He's literally getting blinded away. 2.3 million. Just waiting for Lucky to make the decision. Has to go with it, surely. Find that absolutely incredible. So in the cutoff here is Zello. He's done well. 20 million, joint chip leader. Kobe in the small blind. He folds, and Arian with 6-3 of clubs in the big blind position folds. So ICM really at his highest. Look who it is. See left hand side of your screen. That is Yannick Jobin. He is a World Series Gold Ring winner from this very resort back in January. He won the Bounty Hunter, I believe. $40K score. We featured him on our live stream. But he is short here. Now, Alfredo under the gun with 10-4 suited. He folds. This is the gold ring winner from January, Yannick. And I think he just lets rip here. Ace Jack, mandatory shove. You'd expect anyone in this position with that kind of stack size just to let rip. Now, Alexander back-to-back King Queen, but I think he just folds this given how many players still to act. I'm surprised. Alexander has gone with this. He's called 2.7. Why I'm surprised is because there's so many players still to act. And he could be just setting on fire this 2.7 million. If one of these players were to wake up with a big hand, he might not get to realise or see a flop. Duplo in the cutoff with ace 10. Duplo we had on our stream yesterday. I mean, we're pretty much familiar with everyone on the table, which is great. Kobe folds and Arian in the small blind gets out of the way. Pepe, king 5 of hearts, folds. Yannick in good shape. He's a big favourite here. Ace Jack suited versus King Queen suited of the same suit. That's okay, says Yannick. I hope you hit your spades. 6.4 million in the pot. Yannick looks set for a double through Alexander, but we have the business of peeling a flop, turn and river, and who knows what that will bring. Dealer just waiting for the direction from the TV director. Well, that's a great start. Ace. I mean, this is just perfect for Yannick. It's over on the turn. Yannick gets his double. This guy is super dangerous. You give him chips. And that's another reason why I don't like this call from Alexander back to back. So 7 big blind rip. Under the gun +1. Under the gun +2. Looks down at King Queen suited, makes the call. Turns out Yannick had the goods. Ace Jack suited. And that ace on the flop just relieved any stress that he may have had. Now under the gun is Yannick. 9-6, this will be mucked instantly. Alexander with 5.7 million. You see, that leaves him in a really precarious position. He just has to lock up now. Lucky 7. 2.3 million. When does he put the chips in? That's the question. He's 5.5 big blinds button moving around to him. King 10. This is it. All in. He's moved in with King 10. Azilo. 20 million. Joint chip leader along with Kobe. He's done well, hasn't he? Azilo, 20 million stack, he folds, and Duplo will be folding the King 6 action with Kobe. Pepe G gets an exact count. Well, this is an absolute insta snap call from Alfredo. He's called already, right, Alfredo? Of course he is called already. Cards are on the back. Oh, come on, Alfredo. You got to be just snapping here. You're absolutely joking me. 2.3 million. Oh, this is bizarre. It's 4.5 big blinds to call. course he's calling. All in for lucky 7. Finally put his money in with king 10. Thought I might have put it in with the ace 10, the first hand of this feature table. But he was versus under the gun open. King in the flop, he lucky 7 goes ahead. Can he hold? Fredo needs to hit an ace. There's 3 aces out there. Big pot. 5.2 million pot. Oh, sick. Ace on the turn. Lucky 7. Going busto here. Makes 2 pair, but no good. Aces and 8 for Alfredo, who eliminates lucky 7. Lucky 7. Busto in 9th for 6,200, and all these players guaranteed 7,850 euro. Action here with Alfredo in the small blind of 4-3, and the gold ring winner from the January festival in the big blind, Yannick, who had a decent start, got the double, gives him a little bit of breathing space. This 200k, 400k is the new blind level. So we still have about 40 minutes or so of this level. Kobe up top, 22 million. Zello with 20 million. Pepe, 17 million. And then a big gap. Everyone else under average stack, which is about 11 million. It's 11.3 with 8 players left in the mix. All these 8 players guaranteed 7,850 euro. About 15 times they're buying. So Pepe G opening here with the 10-2 in the cutoff. He's opening pretty light. But he has Alfredo on the button, who's playing pretty snug. I mean, that ace-jack call took a lot out of him. Then we have Yannick in the small blind, who's short, and in the big blind, we have Alexander Batovac, who's also short. So I get this open. You can see he's getting Alfredo to fold. I mean, a huge hand here on the button, really. Pepe G just recognising where he's at. Yannick has to get out of town there. Very little he can do in the small blind position. And Alexander with 4.9 million. Just 12 bigs folds also. And free money here for Pepe G. If you've got like players on your left, if you're going to open on the cutoff and players still to act or folding ace jack, well, you're going to be printing money because you can pretty much open any two. I mean, when you hear back from them, obviously, you know, you're in not such good shape. You can easily get away, but you're still in profit because of all the blinds and big blind antes you've been winning. Kobe's going to open ace jack suited. Kobe, big stack on the table, makes it 825. Big blind is 400k still. About halfway through this 400k blind level. Pepe G, now these guys have history. Kobe and Pepe G both come from the feature table. Both clashed big time. Looks like a 3-bet incoming from Pepe G. And it's going to put Kobe in a tough position. This is Alfredo with pocket nines. Now what does he do with nines? Versus a raise from under the gun +1 and now a 3-bet. Pocket nines, pretty difficult to play this hand. Pepe G is just, well, he doesn't want any action. He's 7 high. He's just looking for a fast fold around the table. He'd probably get it as well. Alfredo folded ace jack on the button to a cutoff open. So he's going to fold nines after it's been 3-bet. Yannick is going to get out of the way there. And Alexander Batovac with 8-5 in the small blind is going to fold. Lucky 7 is Busto, just Zelo Marins from Bosnia-Herzegovina, who looks down at ace jack off, and this, I think, is a comfortable fold. Well, it's ideal for Pepe G. Both Zelo and Kobe blocking each other. The probability of Kobe connecting a lot less now, given that Zelo has folded the exact same hand. Now, what do you do? Ace jack suited. You open and your nemesis 3-bets you. Yeah, he could be 3-betting light, but he could have it. This is the problem. Well, a 4-bet will find things out, that's for sure. But do you want to go to war this early on the final table? These jumps are colossal. You've got your chips. So many players with short stacks. There's so many factors to think about. Power of the 3-bet is going to be displayed here. The 7 high getting pocket nines and ace jack suited and ace jack to fold. Peppa G, 20 million. Kobe first to speak. And quickly, Peppa G has established a few rules, and that is you're not going to run over this table, Kobe. Arian moves in for about 13 bigs. Ace queen, this is reasonable enough play. Alfredo's asking for a count, but I can't see Alfredo calling ace jack. For like a 13 big blind all-in rip from under the gun +1 when he folded on the button to a cut-off min raise the same hand. So it wouldn't make too much sense calling here. Going to take his time, have a coffee, maybe a croissant, do the crossword, and then make his decision. It wouldn't make sense, given from what we've seen of Alfredo. I think his range would need to be a lot higher than ace jack. Well, he shouldn't really be competing with other players still to act. Now, this is interesting. Alexander. I don't know what's going on between Arian and Alfredo, but it looks like Peppa G, Joseph has sorted things out and just told the two guys put the handbags away. So Alexander back to back. What he's going to call, he's calling King Queen to a 7.5 big blind shove. He's definitely putting in money in here with ace queen versus a 13 big blind shove, and he does put it in. Duplo. Like his attitude at the table, Duplo. Plays super quick, keeps quiet, keeps the head down, doesn't mess about. Now, both players will expect to get their money back unless something crazy. Diamond, club, heart, flush. Ariane moved all in, got called. 2 clubs. Well, Alexander can win this if we have running clubs, but the 9 ends it. Alfredo would have hit top.
He can also ask about the time. It's within his right to ask for the time. So don't get upset with him.
I can't hear what's going on. If someone knows, let me know, please. I'd love to know what the story is. So 8 players on our final table. All of these players locked up €7,850. There's approximately 90,000 for the winner here. This is Arian, 5.8 million. Ace 5 under the gun. Given his stack size, it's risky. Makes it 1.2, which is at 3x. Alfredo, 7.5. Doesn't look too pleased, Alfredo. Not sure what's tilted him. Really don't know what went on there. I'm thinking perhaps he was in the tank with the ace jack and maybe Arian said something about eating up the clock, maybe. Yeah, I think Kobe, could have been Kobe he was speaking to. Could be Kobe that called the time. Now, Kobe, well, he's going to be putting Arian all in here. For sure, he's going to look at his stack. Biggest exposure is about 5 million. All in announced. And wow, the snap call from Arian. He really is a punter, Arian. It was risky, this ace 5 open under the gun. And he just does not believe Kobe. Both of them, I mean, they clashed big time. You remember on the last table, Kobe was continually free betting Arian towards the end. He really pushed him around, but look at this. 5 on the flop. Arian goes into the lead. There was at least one diamond there, perhaps 2. Well, now straight draw. Jack or Queen needed for Kobe to bust out Arian, who's connected with the flop, hit his 5, and he's got lucky, and he's back in business. Kobe, 12 million stack, brings him up to above average. I find it incredible how he just snap called Kobe. Kobe is, well, he's a little bit distraught, to be honest. That's 11 million pot, 12 million pot that he just got mugged out of. That would have brought him up to about 26 million. Instead, he's down with the common man in around the 14 million. This is tournament poker. Nobody said it was easy. You really need strength of character. You need discipline. 100% focus. This is going to happen to you. You're going to get it in good. Have your opponent crushed. And your opponent's going to crack your hand. That's going to happen. There's no doubt about it. The best you can do is get your money in good and have your opponent covered. Now, Yannick, I like this guy, Yannick. Good demeanor at the table. Quiet. Decisive. Don't mess around. Clear thinking. Pocket 8s, all in rip. Zello, Marins in the cutoff, ace 8. He's not going to be calling this. There's too many players still to act, and his hand strength, like, it's just too weak. 5.4 million all in rip from pretty solid reg. Ace 8, I don't think qualifies. Ace 8 in the bin as expected, and Duplo snap folds the Jack 3 off Kobe with probably a more difficult decision, but I think this Ace 9 is binned also. in the small blind, just lost a big pot. Folds the ace-9, and Arian doesn't have a decision. He shows the nut low in Hold'em. 3-2 offsuit. Yannick gets his stack up to 6.4 million. This guy will be dangerous if he gets chips. Proven player, proven winner, and he's tripled his stack since the start of this feature table. It's gone from 2.4 million up to 6.5 million. Now Alfredo under the gun. He busted out lucky 7. Average stack 11.3. This is Yannick, Queen Deuce in the bin, and now Alexander back-to-back 5.2. I'm loving this table. I really am. I just can't wait to see how it develops, what happens, who gets the chips. Like, I mean, there's just so many different personalities here, so many different styles. Some high-level players on this table. This is a Zello 9-10 suited hijack position. Duplo doesn't mess about, folds the Jack 6 Kobe. What a performance he had put in the last 2 or 3 hours. I mean, I thought it was exceptional. I think he played pretty much perfect on the last table. He really was top quality. Arian, well, he's not afraid, Arian. He is a punter and he will gamble. He's unbluffable. The speed at which he snapped off that all-in from Kobe. He just said, look, you've been messing me around for hours. Ain't folding to a 3-bet. And he hit his chips in quicker than Kobe did. He was up against it, but he got lucky. And he's well in this tournament. Arian, a player like him could win this. That is for sure. Player on your very left, that is Pepe G. It's Joseph Gulas. He is high quality player. And believe me, he will be thereabouts for one of the podium spots. Now, Alexander Batovac. He had all the chips yesterday. Pocket Jacks, 5.2 million. 13 big blind rip. I don't know. I think I would like some action with jacks. It's hard to get action when the raise size is 13 big blinds. Kobe 4-3. Folding well. Here we go. Here we go. Fasten your seatbelt. Arian knows what to do with Ace King. Alexander does get action. Now, why is Alfredo thinking? I don't know. I really don't know about this. I guess a couple of seconds here and there, but it all adds up. Now, Jacks versus Ace King. This is the classic of classics. The Jacks versus the over cards, and I love Arian when he's all in. He stands up, totally fixed, absolutely engrossed in the outcome. Alexander, more relaxed. Well, he's all reason to be. He's hit a set. It's hand over pretty much. Ace is irrelevant. On the flop, the turn confirms it, and Arian has a little rant. How he could lose the flip. Arian takes a hit, straight race, hits his ace, but Jack giving a set to this gentleman you see in the screen. That is Alexander Batovac. Big pot, big moment. I mean, it just played out itself, let's be honest. There's nothing else ever going to happen in this situation except the money getting in pre, given the stack sizes of both players. Arian back down to about 6 million, I believe. Big moment in the tournament. Alexander now under the gun, 11 million. He's back up to average stack. Queen 4 under the gun, you'd expect this to be instantly binned. Now, Pepe G, this guy has so much experience, very good understanding of what's going on. Raising into Alfredo and Yannick's blinds. Yannick can't do anything, sitting on 5.6 million, and he looks down at Jack 3, he just instantly folds. Pepe G winning quite a lot of these small pots. 8-handed on our final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit Monsterstack event. All of these 8 players have locked up 7,850. Approximately 90,000 for the winner. Zello, under the gun, Jack 6 of clubs. He folds Duplo. Folds Kobe. 14 million stack, he's going to fold the King 3. You would expect. But Arian, with Ace Queen suited, well, interesting. Arian's reputation might get him called here, might get him action, because he really does have a loose image, but he has the goods. Alfredo isn't calling here with King 4, no chance. Yannick may call with 8s. This is close, very close. So Yannick, he's asking for a count, but he has an idea of what his kind of stack size is up against. He's just making all the considerations. He's thinking, okay, what's the benefits of taking a flip here? He looks around at the other stacks. I think Yannick is the short stack, so he's going to figure he's the one that has to make something happen. And that's one of the reasons, the main reason he's calling here. And it's against a shove from Arian, which could be ace 5 suited like we've seen before, but this time Arian with a premium ace queen suited. Yannick does have a pair, so we're going to see a race. Yannick with pocket 8s, Arian ace queen. Arian has Yannick covered, but very, I mean, both stack sizes very close. So this would leave Arian absolutely crippled. Basically would leave him with one big blind were he to lose this. And he's behind. There's a queen and an ace in the bin. Club would be a great card for Yannick. This is a big moment. Yannick, very composed. He holds. Eights, hold. Yannick, I mean, it's just oozes of class, his attitude. He's been here before, he's done it. He knows the story. No big dramatics. Wins the flip. And Arian has gone from 12 million to one big blind in the space of 3 or 4 hands. And look at this guy, Yannick, climb up that leaderboard. 12 million. 30 bigs. Arian, well, it's really desperado. Waiting for a train time for Arian. One big. What can he do? Put it in. Put it in again. I really liked Arian, I'll be honest. I think he's really provided a lot of entertainment for the last couple of tables. Well, he's pretty fearless, unbluffable. He's lost 2 big races. That's the reality. He wins these races. He's chip leader. King 4 suited, puts it in perfectly. Credible to do this. Kobe looks like he limped with the 10-9 in anticipation of Arian moving in, and he don't mind playing 10-9 suited multi-way. Alexander just flat here. Big blind will more than likely check their option. Jack 8 suited. Zello will be checking. 4-way. Arian all in. He can win a 2 million pot. But that's not going to happen. Alexander Batovac straight away fires at this pot. And that's end of hand, I think. There's no way Zello or Kobe is going to continue. And Arian is drawing dead to perfect. Well, he needs runner. Running clubs. Running 4s. I mean, he's in dire shape here. Over on the turn. Arian eliminated in 8th place will receive 7,850. Alexander Batovac now up to 12 million. 30 big blinds. We're still in the 200k, 400k blind level, but not much time left in this level. So we've 7 players left, and pretty deep. Like the shortest stack, Alfredo, still has like 17 big blinds. So plenty of play. It is a 1 hour clock. Superstructure. 13 million is the average stack. Kobe's 14 million. Pepe G 20 million. This is the short stack Alfredo. Now, 8s have been good for Yannick in the cutoff. Pocket 8s. Yannick is a gold ring winner. He won the Bounty Hunter event in January, 40,000 first place to go along with his beautiful bit of prize jewellery. And he is on course for a double, perhaps. Now, Alexander, he loves these pseudo connectors. Queen Jack, he's going to call. Zello with King 6 off folds, but look at this. Duplo in the big blind. Calculates how much he has. Getting a big price, but he just hates to see his hand. 450 to call. 2.7 out there. He's getting 6 to 1. It's a huge price, but its problem is his hand. It's like 4-3 off, but he's a value hunter. Can't resist the big price he's getting. Makes the call and he hits a pair. But this is the problem. He's got a piece of it. He's probably going to be obliged to continue. Checks Yannick. Well, this is a pretty decent flop for pocket 8s. So we're going to see Yannick continue this. 3.2 million in the pot. I'll be betting big. 1.8, 1.9 million. He goes for 1.6. Duplo, this is the problem. It's hit a pair. It's getting expensive. 1.6 million. 6.5 behind. But even if he's against an overpair, he's got a 2-pair draw, trip draw. Backdoor straight potential. So he has a bit going on here. Even against an overpair, he's some decent equity. Is he getting the right price? Well, he feels he's not. 3 to 1, not strong enough. Yannick. Did not take long for this guy to get his stack up above average. 14 million now, average 13. That's your chip count chart. Peppa G, 20 million. Zello in around the same. And then we have Yannick, Kobe, 14 million each. Alexander, 11 million. Alfredo and Duplo are the two short stacks with 17 and 16 big blinds. This level has, I was going to say expired, but not quite yet. It's still 200k, 400k. See the players looking at the clock. The new blind level will increase blinds by 25%. It'll go to 250, 500k. Notches up the action. Duplo lets rip, and rightly so. Queen Jack folded around him in the small blind. Puts it in, gets his stack up to 7.3. And the dealer confirms there's a new blind level, 250, 500k. Yannick opens with King Queen. Big blind now, 500k, so 1.1 million is the opening size. Duplo. Well, a suited ace here. This is interesting. It's a hand he could 3-bet with. Decides against it. He folds the ace-4 and Kobe here in the small blind with suited connectors. This is Joseph Gulas Sr. And he just asks Alfredo to sit back so he can see his opponent. Alfredo obliges. Two highly experienced regs, Pepe G, aka Joseph, and Yannick, who's flop top pair here. $1.3. Continuation. Pocket sixes can be ahead here quite often, so Pepe G going to check call this straight, see what develops. Well, oh, boom, hits a set. Yannick, believe me, so sharp this guy. He'll check this back because the straight gets there. Good check back. 7, 4 cards to the straight. Now Yannick won't be overly pleased with this card. It's an action killer, but he has to value set of sixes, and it depends on the size. May get called, but you're going to get an indication of just how good Yannick is here. $2.5 million. Close to half pot size bet. Yannick. Love that snap check back on the turn. But he has to call his opponent off. And he's going to see how lucky he got. Hit the turn. Big pot. Chip leader. Joseph. 25 million. Double the average. And it leaves Yannick under 20 bigs. 9.5 million. Alexander Batovac, King 5, 11 million stack. He won that big flip against Arian. Jacks versus Ace King. He hit a set of jacks. He needed to. Zello. Haven't seen anything from him so far, but he's under no pressure. Kobe. Well, he was the chip leader at one stage, 21 million. Now sitting on 13, he's still average stack. Folded around to him, he's on the button, he looks at the clock, analyses the situation, and decides he's got to open here on the button when it comes around to him. I really like this table, I'll be honest. Pepe G folds Alfredo. He's been playing pretty tight, so you can understand why Kobe opened so light on the button. Now Ace-8 surely versus a button open. Surely Alfredo defends here. He does defend. Now this is all pretty reasonable stuff. Kobe, of course, was looking for a fast fold, but he has the benefit of position. He's in control of the hand, but this ace on board is not good for Kobe because he's going to fire at this board. And he's going to be met with resistance. So 825. About 22.5% of the pot. Alfredo. Check raises. Well, this will get respect for sure. But Kobe is none of this. Absolute trash. Alfredo will be awarded a decent pot. Another interesting factor, there is the World Series of Poker Europe ticket bubble in play also, because top 6 will be awarded that 2022 World Series ticket. Big jump from 11.5k to 26k. That's the difference between 7th and 6th. So there's a massive money bubble here. This is Alexander Batovac under the gun with an absolute monster. We've seen Alexander, well, his sizing was pretty large when we had him on the last stream, and it looks like he's continued. This is a 4x, which is quite large. Very hard to get any action. Duplo with the small pair. Looks at the clock. I think he just gives this up. You want to get your money in first, don't you, with 4s? And this size from Alexander looks like he's committed. Duplo with a decision. Pocket 4s. Alfredo's got a stack up to 8.8 million. Folds in the small blind, just Yannick, who snap folds. The 10-3 offsuit. No action for Alexander. You'd wonder if he min-raised there, what the fours would do. Possibly come over the top. 7 players, all guaranteed 11.5k. But it's 26,000 if you survive the next bust out. Huge money jump. I'm just been asked in the chat, am I playing the Irish Open? Unfortunately, I won't be playing. I'll be working. But I'll be there. So say hello. Duplo. 7-3. Folds.
Free raise 1,050,000.
Peppa G makes it 1.1 million.
4 bus.
Button snap folds now. Blinds Yannick with an ace in this small blind, but he decides not to get involved. Quickly folds, and Alexander back-to-back folds in the big blind, and Peppa G is just totally having his own way here. When it comes around, cut off. Button not getting any resistance. Gets his stack up to 26 million. Pretty tense stuff, but it's big money. Alexander gives Zello a walk. Zello will take that with 10-3. Huge difference between 7th and 6th. 11.5 for 7th. 26k for 6th. Of course, all the top 6 prizes include that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Now, Kobe, big slick under the gun. Looks at the clock. Yeah, 500k is a big blind. So he's going to make it about 1.2 million. Oh, this is interesting. 22 bigs. He just lets rip. I guess he's hoping someone wakes up with ace queen. Why is Alfredo thinking? I don't know. But not for too long this time. He does fold. Yannick, king jack. Alexander back-to-back with the 4-2 spades. What's Zello thinking? I don't know. 10-3 should be binned instantly, will be binned instantly. And action will move to Duplo, who doesn't want to know about it. That's one way of playing big slick. 22 bigs all in. So average stack is 13 million. So that's 26 big blinds. This gentleman has double the average. Alfredo. King 4 suited, he folds. Now on the button, Queen Jack, Zello. It's going to open, sitting on a 19 million stack. Duplo's getting very short. He folds Kobe. Big blind. 22 bigs behind, 6-5. He folds. I think we'll see another open here from Zelo. Both button and small blind are short, well, they're below average. He does have the big stack in the big blind. Kobe, 22 bigs, can't really play. King 8 off. And Pepe G just snap folds the 7-3. Zello takes down another pot, gets a stack up over 20 million. Just notice Donna joining us in the chat, aka Dark Angel. Very warm welcome to you. You're watching the Monsterstack final table, final 7 players. It's been pretty hectic for the last few hours, but it's kind of calmed down here. Massive bubble, of course. This money jump is huge. There's 11.5 guaranteed for all of these 7 players, but the jump between 7th and 6th is very significant. It goes from 11.5 to 26,000. Duplo, one of the short stacks, 6 million in the cutoff. That's 12 bigs. Big blind 500k. He folds Kobe, and the button will fold the Jack 6 suited, I expect. Can't afford to open and have to fold to a 3-bet. Pepe ain't folding Queen 7, that's for sure. Pepe G limps. Alfredo checks his option with the A3 off. Open ender for Alfredo. Pair for Pepe G. He bets out. 500k minimum bet. Alfredo going nowhere. He's the open ender. He puts in the 500k. Ace on the turn. I think Pepe G is going to go again. That ace card that should favour him. Makes it 1.2. Alfredo is getting expensive. He's 15 big blinds behind. This is for 2.5 bigs. He makes the call. Now Pepe, I think, is finished with the hand. Well, perhaps not. Another card that should favour him. But he checks. Alfredo. 8 highs, not going to win. But he checks back. Could have stole it. Pepe G up to 27 million. Alfredo down to 12 bigs. Change dealer. Line level still the 250, 500k, and that is the chip count graphic showing us exactly what the state of play is. Duplo and Alfredo both sitting on 6 million, 12 big blinds. Then a big gap to Yannick, 16 bigs. Kobe, 22. Alexander Batovac, also on 22 bigs. And then we have Zelo playing about 20 million. And the chip leader, Pepe G, on about 27 million. Pepe opens on the button, but Yannick 3-bet rips all in. And that's in the hand. Pepe's looking at the clock, calculating the blinds, but he's never seriously considering calling here with 10-5. Yannick will take this one down.
7,675,000. 7,675,000.
Pepe G, saving face. Trying to portray strength, but there's no chance he's going to open here. 6.6 to call. 13 bigs. No chance. Oof. Really? Well, I guess he's suited. He's live. It's a big punt. That is Yannick, gold ring winner from January. Bounty Hunter, he scored 40k for his first place. This is Azello under the gun with pocket sevens. 21 million. He's second in chips to Pepe G. Oh, that's a big fold. Sorry, he didn't fold. He's just looking at his cards now. He was in Dream World there. Expect him to open here, why not? He makes it 1.2 million. Folded around to the button. Alfredo. He won't be continuing with 10-3 offsuit. Just the blinds. Yannick, he'll snap fold 9-4. Big blind, 10-3 off. Pretty horrible to look at. Sevens. Get the job done. Zello takes down the pot, 22 million stack. This is the monster stack you're watching. Gold ring number 6. And that is the chip count graphic showing you exactly what the state of play is. Here at our final table, just 7 players remaining. We had the 5-card PLO. Big turnout, 85 players for the 1k buy-in last night. And Budka, the Polish player, came out on top, winning the gold ring. And with the gold ring, he was awarded €24,174. We have the PLO 6 Max gold ring number 8. That's running at the moment. Registration still open. 164 players in that event with a 62,000 plus prize pool. That'll be played till a conclusion tonight. Then tomorrow, Tuesday, we have that PLO 6 Max, the final day will be tomorrow, that gold ring number 8. Kicks off at 2 tomorrow, and then the 2K 8 Max PLO kicks off tomorrow at 6 o'clock. There's also the opportunity to qualify cheap for the big one, the 1 million guaranteed main event. Buy in for that main event, 1700. But back to the action, two big stacks. Pepe G. Open flops the gut shot with the backdoor hearts. Zello, I think, gives it up. Well, he's going to continue. He sticks around with the pocket fives. Pepe G won't like this. 4 spades on the turn. Zello checks. Now, Pepe G checks back with his gut shot. And he ace. And he 7. And he 8. He misses everything, but the jack on the river might be a board that Pepe G could fire at, but he decides not to get involved against the only player at the table that can really damage him. And this pot will bring Zello up to the top of that chip count chart. 25 million now. Pepe G got stubborn with his fives, 3 overcards, but check call the flop. Check back on the turn from Pepe G and thought he might just go for it on the river, but he gave up. 7 players. Really tense there. This is a huge money jump from 7th to 6th. This is Kobe. He open shift with the ace king. He might do the same with the ace queen. 22 bigs. Looks at the clock. What? No way. Really? Oh, wow. Okay. Ace queen folds. Well, that'll give you an indication how big this money jump is. I think that was just a little bit too tight. Alexander Batovac on the button here with the Jack 8, 10 million stack, 20 bigs. He folds. And it's Zello in the small blind versus the short stack in the big blind. And I mean, it's great if you're Duplo and you're sitting there with like 10 big blinds and you have 8-3 offsuit, you get a walk. That's pretty cool. Brings him up to 12.5 bigs. I'm surprised at that fold from Kobe under the gun. Now Pepe G, well, for a player like Pepe G, it's just open season. And this guy, he's so smart. He's such a good recognition, good reader of the live game. He knows exactly what's going on. And he's in top gear, Pepe G. But he might run into a problem here with Alexander Batovac, who's ace queen in the cutoff. I'm 3-bet ripping here. I don't care about the bunny bubble. I just know this ace queen is ahead more often than not. So I'm 3-bet ripping, putting it all in. Well, the sizing here is remarkable. He's min-raised. And for a 3-bet, it's an interesting sizing. It's pretty much the minimum Peppa G is going to be compelled to call here.
I'm too tired. I don't see that. Yeah, perfect. Yes. Okay.
Alexander hits, so Peppa G will check fold on this ace high board. And Alexander Batovac will get his stack up to 13 million, which is bang on average stack for this final table of 7 players. 7 from 910 that started. Alexander Batovic. I don't think he's seen the open from Peppa G. That was the problem. He thought he was opening. Now Alexander Batovac, small pair, pocket threes, makes a 1.3 million. Zello folds, Duplo's the short stack, 12 bigs. Kobe in the small blind with ace 9, but if we seen him fold ace queen under the gun, I think he's going to fold ace 9 in the small blind. The chip leader folds in the big blind, Peppa G. And Alexander up to 14 million. You're watching the Monsterstack World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. This is gold ring number 6. Pretty tense out there. Big money at stake. Alfredo in the big blind position. Yannick under the gun. Alexander Batovac 6-3 folds. Action around to Duplo, who needs to generate some activity soon. Just 12 bigs, can't really afford that. Putting to run through him again. Kobe, he's locked up. And Peppa G in the small blind here. We're going to see him continue. Just makes the call with the queen 4. Alfredo with king 7 will probably check his option. We're going to see a flop. Alfredo actually is the short stack on the table, 4.8 million behind. 7, 10, Jack, good shot for Peppa G. Bottom pair for Alfredo. Now Peppa G goes ahead. Alfredo. Bottom pair, 4 cards to the straight. It's just too complicated. Putting in 10% of your stack here. on the turn. You could be drawing dead. Alfredo folds. 23 million stack for Pepe G. Alfredo has 4.8 million behind. He's going to have to post 250k. So just 4.5 million, which is 9 big blinds. That's the stack size of the shortest stack on the table. Also short on the right of the dealer there, the red top, is Duplo. He's sitting on about 12 bigs. Alexander Batovac, King 5 under the gun. Now Zello, 10-8 suited, 24 million. He's got the chips. He opens. Duplo folds, and Kobe is completely tightened up. Is the handbrake on? Well, he wants that World Series seat, that's for sure. Pepe G folds the suited ace Alfredo. In the small blind with King Queen. Is this the moment he makes a stand? King Queen with 9 big blinds. He's the shortest stack on the table, so the onus is on him. He's going to have to make a move. King Queen versus an open from the chip leader. Well, that's pretty tight. 10-8 suited gets the suited ace to fold and the King Queen to fold. And Yannick's going to fold the 8-6 off in the big blind. 26 million chip leader. Zello Marins from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Blind still 250, 500k. Zello under the gun folds the 8-4. Duplo 6 million, 12 bigs, Queen 7 suited. Look at the difference between 7th and 6th. 7th gets 11.5k, 6th gets 26,000. So you can understand why these guys have completely locked up. Kobe's going to fold the ace-8 suited. He's decided not to play a hand until someone goes bust. Alfredo, Jack 7 on the button. 9 bigs. Lets it go. It's just really tight. It really is. Yannick, well, he's going to play King 5 blind v blind. This hand is ahead quite often. Yannick, there's the limp with the King 5, but Alexander Batovic has a pair, so I think, well, if I'm Alexander, I'm just going to put my opponent all in here. Fold out all of these hands that I'm flipping against, like this King 5. Of course, he is wary of being trapped, but he's just going to put his opponent all in, surely. Yannick not liking to see chips going over the line here. He wanted to see a flop, but it's not going to happen. Now, Alfredo, in the cutoff, moves all in with ace-5. This ace in his hand, blocking so many premium hands. Shortest stack on the table. It's got to make something happen, but it's over for Alfredo. Zello is going to be snap calling here, and it's brutal. Ace-5. He goes nice hand, turns over the ace-5. Zello with the ace-queen suited. Alfredo at risk, but he ran into it. I don't blame him for shoving there. 8 or 9 bigs. Alfredo with ace-queen of diamonds. Sorry, Alfredo with the ace-5 needs to get lucky. Well, there's opportunities here. 7 ball would give a chop pot, of course. Alfredo looking for a 5. Now 3 or 7 for a chop, 5 for a win. Otherwise, Alfredo's going home. The Italian gets the chop in the end. Chop pot. Alfredo survives and everyone kind of winces. That could have been thousands. That was worth about 15k. 14,500 that was worth to all the other players. That's what they would have increased their guaranteed payout to be. 3 on the river. Chop pot. Alfredo survives. Button moves. Zelo small blind. Short stack is Duplo. He's posting big blind ante. So he's got about 10 bigs behind. Kobe, pocket 5s, well, he's going to be folding this. Pepe G, I expect him to open 23 million stack, ace-9. Alfredo up to 10 bigs, while Yannick has picked up pocket jacks. It's so interesting because the ICM is like it's at its highest. But Yannick will go for this. Jack's too big a hand. He's not one to get blinded out. This guy's going for the win. And he 3-bet jams with jacks. I love this. Has to do it. It's a real difficult one because of the ICM considerations. But more often than not, you're just going to get a fold from Pepe G, who's opening quite often. And Pepe G stands up. This happened a few times. Yannick has been 3-bet ripping, and you can see Pepe G looking in frustration, asking to move his hands away. Yannick just comes across as an absolute gentleman on the table. He looks to have perfect manners. He obliges, and well, Joseph Goulas, he's frustrated because this has happened numerous times. Yannick, not afraid to put his chips in. He's asking for an exact count. He's not going to call this 7.7 million. It's a third of a stack. It's 35% of a stack. Well, actually, it's 6.7 to call. So it's about 30% of a stack. Yannick is pretty confident because he didn't get a snap call. He gets snapped off with ace-king, ace-queen suited, aces, kings, queens. So he's thinking he's up against 9s or 10s or something like that. And Yannick gets it done. Wins the pot, gets his stack up to 10 million. I really like that 3-bet rip. Some players don't do that. They just lock up completely. Just trying to guarantee themselves that extra 14,500 or whatever it is. Yannick just giving us an indication of his ambition. Pepe G, 1.1 million. The Jack 10 suited. Alfredo has 10 big blinds. He can't do anything with 8-5. Yannick will fold the 9-6 and continue to tidy up his stack. Alexander Batovac folds the Jack 4. Zello is the chip leader, 25 million. Player in the small blind you can see there is Duplo. And he is sub 10 bigs. Kobe in the big blind position with King Queen. And it's so interesting. Kobe, 8.8 million. Now a 3-bet jam here, I'd absolutely love it. I mean, Pepe G would just kick off big time. But Kobe plays it pretty passive. Just makes the call, hits. Well, bingo. He's going to check, raise it all in. There's the check. Pepe G coming out for sure with a continuation bet here. And now you're going to see Kobe, I think, pull the trigger. He doesn't want to mess around. He runs into it, nothing he can do. He's up against Ace King, well, that's it. Well, he's decided just to smooth call. 6 on the turn. Well, the straight gets there, so you're going to see a check back from Pepe G. Wouldn't be out of the question for his opponent to have a straight here, but he's going to apply pressure to Kobe, try and get him off. Ace 4, Ace Deuce, that's what he thinks his opponent has. Now Kobe's under-repped his hand here big time, so he doesn't want to outthink himself and start to believe he's behind. He just needs to put it in now. Could check call and hope that Pepe G just blasts off again on the river. Looks like that's what he's going to do. $9.5 million. 100% check mark for Kobe. Oh boy. This is a kind of card Pepe G could make believe to Kobe that he has. Now Kobe needs to show real strength of character here. He really does. He's got to stand up. This is tough. This is pressure. But this is what makes a champion. Great call. I thought he was putting it straight in. He's counting his blinds. He's 4.9 million behind. I'm really going to be tilted if Kobe talks himself out of this. I think he's too smart a player to do that. He's going to recognize that ace. Pepe G is always going to be repping that ace. Big moment. This is huge. Kobe under extreme pressure. He's under-repped his hand pre-flop. on flop, on turn. And now he's starting to doubt his hand. Brilliant call. Well done. Not that easy. Maximum payout. Pepe G went for it. Huge pot. Absolutely huge. Kobe up to 19 million and Pepe G down to 12 million. This is a monster pot. And you can see Kobe just fist pump the air. Smile. It was huge. He got the absolute maximum rewards. I mean, he didn't like to see that ace. Obviously, it's the kind of card that Pepe G could have in his range, given that he opened from under the gun. Oh, it took real strength of character. It really did. Kobe stood tall. He's been class. Now he's knitted up a little bit there, like trying to get that big pay jump and lock up a World Series seat for him. But that was pretty cool how he played that hand. It really was. And the player you see in the screen is Joseph Gulas, who's just lost. He's lost about 12 million in the last orbit, maybe 13 million. Alfredo, under the gun, 5 million folds. Well, I guess he's just hoping it kicks off. Someone gets busted. But he will be posting big blind ante next hand. Zello is going to open here with ace 10. Zello in the cutoff, ace 10. This is fascinating stuff. This money jump really is huge, and the play is quite extraordinary. I think we're coming to the end of this blind level. 250, 500k level about to expire. We're going to have the new 300k, 600k level any moment. That was quality hand. Alexander Batovac with the 1070 folds. Zello, big stack. I'm opening any two. I really am if I'm in his seat. Why not? Who can stop you? Who's going to mess around with you? Not with this massive pay jump. Okay, if you get 3-bet, that's fine. They have it. You can let go. But you're going to make some amount of profit the way this table has to play now. Pepe G, he's going to lock up. Alfredo, big blind, 4 high. Can't see him calling here. And that's it. End of level. End of 250, 500k level. We're going to go on a break. We're back in 10 minutes. Do join us.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Contract players, take your seats. Cards going in the air. All right, guys. You guys did happen to pick up your phones. Did you happen to drop them back off? Your mobile phones?
Welcome back to the final table of the WSOP Circuit No Limit Hold'em Monsterstack. We have 7 players. All these players guaranteed 11,540, but the pay jump so significant, so big, it really added to the dynamics of play for the last level. Bit of a change around up that top of the chip count chart. We do have Zello Marins, who's number 1, but we have Kobe, the German player, now second in chips. This is Alexander. New level, 600k is the big blind, so less bigs in play. You can see Duplo just looking at the clock, he's super short. I think he's about 8 bigs. 4.7 million, yeah, just shy of 8 big blinds. King 9. It's going to have to make a move very soon. I think Alfredo could be shorter than him. Alfredo could have maybe 7 bigs. Now Kobe, second in chips, 19 million. It's completely changed his circumstance. Very comfortable. Well, Alfredo with just 6 bigs, and he folds the 6-3. Yannick gets a walk. He'll take that, brings his stack up to 10 million, averages 13 million, which is just about 22 big blinds. You can see the new chip introduced is the yellow 1 million chip. Seven remain. Blinds 300k, 600k. It won't be long before we have a bust out, believe me. This is Zello. The big stack, he's going to open ace 9. Why should he not? Well, that surprises me. That really does. Ace 9, chip leader. Given the ICM implications. think you got to be opening there, I really do. Peppa G, different story now, has to fold the ace-5. It's incredible, isn't it? The depth of your stack completely changes your thought process and decision making. Alfredo folds the queen 3. Yannick, king 6. He'll go for the big blind here, that's for sure. $1.5 million out there. Decides to limp. And he got raised the last time he limped into Alexander Batavak's big blind, and I think it's going to be the same situation here. Batavak going to raise it up once again. This happened a couple of orbits ago. Nothing that Yannick can do. He folds the king 6. Alexander takes down the pot. Gets his stack up to 15 million. Button moves. He'll post small blind, and in the big blind will be the chip leader, who you can see has a column of yellow chips stacked in front of his chip stack. Short stacked Duplo. Queen deuce has to fold. Kobe. 7-3 of spades. He'd probably fold this. Definitely fold this. And action. Peppa G, who's going to fold the 6-5. Alfredo. Cut off king 4. 6 big blinds. He's got to make something happen soon. But probably wise just to let the other short stack post big blind ante and see what develops. Yannick folds the button. Alexander in the small blind with ace-5. Third in chips on the table, Alexander. Makes it 1.9 million. Big blind is 600k, so 3x with the ace-5. Zilo with 9-3. I think he'll just let this one go. Now we have a Duplo posting 600k big blind, 600k BB ante, and he just has about 4 million in his stack. Extreme pressure. But there's even a player with a shorter stack, this gentleman Alfredo. He folds Yannick, the cut off king 6. He folds. Well, this is a good situation. He's won the last 2 pots pre-flop by raising. Folded around to him on the button. Is he going a little bit too big? Looks like 1.6. Well, 1.4. Azello will escape danger. 4-2 will be folded. Duplo depends on his holdings. He's a big percentage of his chips in the pot, but he's going to fold here. 8-4. let that button go through him and hope that the other short stack at the table will go bust by the time that button comes around to him next. Duplo, 8-4, folds the hand, and aces shown by Alexander, who gets a stack up to 18 million, 30 bigs. Kobe rushes back. He's posting big blind next. That's the chip leader on the right of your screen with the yellow chips. Them yellows are valued at 1 million. He's on the button. Zelo, small blind Duplo, big blind Kobe under the gun. Pepe G. He's locked up. Alfredo. Well, button coming around. Going to have to get his money in soon. Yannick, ace 7 suited. It's just so risky. Given his stack size, Alexander, back-to-back. Well, he could open again here. 30 bigs. Duplo snap folds the 6 deuce off, and Kobe, I don't think, will be interested in defending against one of only 2 players at the table that haven't covered. Another one for Alexander. It's 4 in a row. Stack up to 19 million.
Okay, guys, change the good luck.
Put some second in chips, and you can see with this new blind level how more shallow the stacks are. 2 very short stacks, Duplo and Alfredo. Yannick 16 bigs, Pepe G 18 bigs, and then we have a gap to Kobe on 30 bigs. And then we have Alexander second in chips, and chip leader is Zelo. So Alfredo looks down at an ace under the gun. I don't blame him. He's going to be putting half a stack in blind next hand. Well, third of a stack in. Next hand blind. Moves in here with ace 6. Duplo folds the queen deuce. Small blind for Kobe. 10-4, not going to be interested in calling. Oh, close. Pepe G, no. Yannick has a couple of 100k chips under the rail. Got another one there he doesn't know about. Zelo will open. 9-8 suited. He should be running the show, really, Zelo, given how tight the table's playing. And once Alexander back-to-back folds, Zelo has way more comfort. Duplo has picked up an ace. It's tempting. He's thinking of making a stand. Looks like he's going to go with it. He hates it. Absolutely hates it. But what he's worried about is being forced to put his chips in blind. He mightn't pick up another ace. So there is a strong argument for going with this. Definitely. You can see him looking at Alfredo stack. It's a tough spot. I'm not sure what the right move is here. Probably should put it in. And he does. $3.2 million all in. Not good really for Duplo. Kobe folding an ace. But, well, he is ahead. Zelo is the one that's going to have to hit. I say that as if Zelo is already called. Because, well, he is calling. It's the mathematical implications are compelling. And he doesn't mess around. He snap calls. This is crazy. The 9-8 suited favourite versus the ace deuce. Duplo, well, how he'd love to see an ace here. Just ease the pressure. He does see an ace, but it's a flush draw for Zello. Interesting board. Ace deuce is favourite, but not anymore. He does have a redraw. Ace or 10 for the full house. Doesn't happen. Elimination for Duplo. That's tough. Tough spot to go out. He gets 11,540, but massive pay jump. All of these players, 6 remaining players, have guaranteed themselves 26k. Remember, this was just like a 500 buy-in, so they've like 50x'd their original stake. Alfredo survives, will be back for the World Series of Poker Europe main event later in the year. 6 players remain. And the dealer just showing Yannick the chip that he was missing. Yannick in the big blind. Zello should be opening this. Queen 10 suited, he should be opening everything now. He's in control. He's got to make hay while the sun shines. Maximize. Leverage his position. There's the big stack on the table. 6 remain. Kobe. Jack 5. Pepe G folds the ace 8 and now action with Alfredo. 6 bigs behind. Jack 8 in the small blind. Yannick folds and Zelo takes down another one, 32 million. Huge chip advantage. He needs to drive this on. Tournaments are won and lost at this stage. Posting small blind is Yannick, big blind is Alexander. Under the gun is the chip leader. I'm opening here for sure. Queen Jack. There's 90 million chips in play. He's got 33 million of them. Makes it 1.3 million, but Peppa G with the real hand, 3-bet rip here. 9.4 million. It's all going in, no doubt. 15 bigs, 16 big blinds. Yannick folds and Alexander folds. Zelo just asking for a rough estimate. He's already made his mind up to fold, I'd imagine. 8.1 million. This is fine. It's going to happen. You're going to get it shoved back in your face when you're opening so often. Kobe opens under the gun. 1.2 million min raise with the king queen. Alfredo, well, desperate times really, isn't it, for Alfredo? 6 big blinds. Yannick, 8.2 million. He folds. He's playing about 14 bigs. Any viewers just tuning in and you're wondering what's going on here, this is a live broadcast from King's Resort World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. This is the Monsterstack event, gold ring number 6. This is Alfredo about to shove his 6 big blinds in. Well, I mean, that just needs to go in. It really surprises me. We're down to 6 players. All these 6 players have locked up 26k for themselves. This is the chip leader, 30 million stack. A3 limps. Kobe in the big blind with 9-4. think he's going to be happy to check his option. Heel a flop. Well, in fact, he's going to raise it up. Alfredo, well, he folded ace 8 under the gun +1, so I expect him to fold the 7-5. He's going to be posting a third of his stack blind next hand. Chip leader on the button, 29 million. 6 deuce offsuit. Looks like a walk for Pepe G. Kobe 9-2 off. Just a little bit too tricky against a very experienced player, Pepe G. Pepe G will take that with 7 high. Button moves, and now the short stack posting big blind. You would expect Alfredo to be going with this with any sort of hand. Kobe with ace 8, asking exactly what stack size he's up against. He's going to make it about 2 million here. Just basically saying, I'm going to put you all into the short stack. Pepe G folds. I think Alfredo should be going with this. He's 1.2 million invested. He's just 2.5 million behind. I think he's just got to go with it. Jack 7, he is suited. Well, he's decided to call, and in all likelihood, he's just going to jam this board no matter what comes. He's made a pair. He's got to put it in. Could be up against an ace, but he's got a 2-pair trip draw. Kobe puts him in. Alfredo. Well, this is remarkable that he would call pre, hit a pair, and then actually think about folding and leave himself with 2.5 big blinds. Has to put it in. Kobe, favourite. Top pair. Alfredo needs to hit a 7 or a jack. Running 8s to give a full house to Kobe. Alfredo eliminated. in 6th position does receive a massive payday, 26k. Part of that payout is the World Series Poker Europe main event seat. So the two short stacks, both in 7th and 6th, Duplo and Alfredo. And it leaves Yannick with 13 bigs as the short stack on the table. Zelo still in charge, playing about 50 bigs. Kobe in 2nd place. Kobe up over 20 million now after eliminating the Italian Alfredo. This is Alexander Batovac. King Jack under the gun. Makes it 1.9 million. Zelo folds. Kobe will get out of the way. Peppa G folds. No small blind. Just Yannick in the big blind, who decides he's not interested in defending. Leaves himself with just 11.5 bigs. He'll post small blind here. He'll have 11 big blinds behind. 6.6 million. Kobe misses his hand. Not ideal to be away from the table. I mean, it's crazy, really. Final table of a major event. 5 players left. 90k up top. And you're not at your table. Well, it's just not good business. Chip leader opens with King 9. Fold it right around to the short stack in the small blind position. Alexander Batovac in the big blind with a suited king. You'd expect a defend here. King 4 diamonds. Well, that's just a little bit too tight. But Zelo will take that. Brings him back up over 30 million, 31 million. He's missed 2 hands, Kobe. Well, you gotta go, you gotta go. Peppa G, cut off. Got the goods. Big blind is 600k. He makes it 1.3. Love this sizing. Yannick, 10-9 folds. Alexander in the small blind with 9 deuce. He folds well. He's not going to get any action, Peppa G. Zelo, 3 deuce. Can't really see him continuing here. Perhaps suited connected. So much to hit a pair, but he has that flush potential, straight potential. Of course, 2 pair would work, trips would work. Kings versus 3-2. I've seen it happen, but not on this kind of board. 3-2 is not going to crack the kings. Peppa could check this back, try and induce action from his opponent on the turn, but he's just going to finish the hand here, betting out 700k. Interesting float here from Zelo, who's drawing dead. Gonna see a check back from Pepe G. Surely. He's not going to get his opponent off a queen, but he'll keep the 10x interested and may even induce a bluff from a busted draw. He'll have no idea he's up against the nut low. Great situation for Pepe G here, getting free chips. He's going to earn a couple of million here. And a snap call for sure from Pepe G. He's calling. Don't think he's ever raising here. Call incoming, Pepe G. Not really clear why it's taken so long. This is super standard call here. He's going to raise. It's interesting. It's not likely he's going to get paid from a 10x, but perhaps he does. Significant pot if you're sitting in Pepe G's seat. Brings him up to about 16 million, I think. Under the gun here. Wow, this is remarkable. But it happens. He gets kings back to back. 17 million stack. Opens with the kings. Yannick. Queen 10 suited. Oh, this is crazy. Alexander Batovic folds. Zello. Queen 9 suited in the small blind. He looks tempted, Zelo. Well, he's going to get involved. Calls Kobe getting a big price, but King 4 offsuit. Not very attractive. We're 5-handed here in our final table. Pepe G has just picked kings up back to back. Now, Kobe. King 4 off. Well, he's not. I think it's a 3-bet he's thinking. Well, this is just a great situation for Pepe G. Absolutely beautiful spot. There's the 3-bet. Now, how does Pepe G play this? He could really disguise his hand here. It's smooth call. I mean, it's real high risk stuff given that there's the player still in the hand. There's Zello. Counts out his chips. You can see the facial expression as if he's in pain, but he is loving this. Just the flat call. This is quality. This is top quality stuff. Not many people just smooth call in this spot. Believe me. He understands clearly what's going on. He knows that Kobe here could be 3-betting quite light. Given that Zello just flatted the under the gun raise. It's not out of the question for Kobe to be squeezing. Kobe has made a pair. And Kobe's going to fire again, I believe. Zello checks. Kobe will believe to himself, well, he's not up against a premium pair. Pepe G has just played this perfectly. Absolutely perfect. Now, is it time to announce himself? That's the question. Is it time to get the money over the line? Flush draw. Kobe. Well, he just bowls. I mean, he can't call. He's blocking the diamond draw. That king of diamonds. The only possible hand he's in has any good equity against is an unpaired flush draw. Kobe. Well, he's got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. But he's trying to convince himself here his 4 could be good. Don't think it ever is. Even against a flush draw, you've got to believe there's 2 overs with the flush draw. So you're a dog. Just fold. You've made the play. Hasn't worked out. You're still sitting on 15 million. What a turnaround for Pepe G. Absolute turnaround. From 12 million 1 orbit ago. It's now sitting on about 30 million. Kings back to back. And he's got a chunk both times. He's up to top of the chip count chart. Can you believe that? 29 million. Blinds 300, 600. Pepe G, 47 bigs. Zello second place. Back to back. Third place. Fourth place is Kobe and the short stack is Yannick. Back to back in the cutoff with Ace Jack. That's the one player at the table you would think, like Pepe G, super experience. Really is a high level player. I love the way he played the Kings there, I really do. A lot of players just end the pre-flop, end the story. But he got the absolute maximum. He got the additional money out of Zelo here, who called the 3-bet. He was getting priced into call. And then he got another bet out of Kobe on the flop. Interesting situation here. Alexander back to back in the cutoff with the Ace Jack, and well, Pepe G folding Ace Jack. Zello with 9-8 suited, 3-bets to 5.2 million. Pocket nines for Zillow. 26 million stack, second in chips. Kobe made a play. Didn't work out. 10-8 suited. Sure what he's thinking here. Okay. He decides to get involved here with 10-8 on the button. But I think Yannick will shove here. I'm positive he will. Ace Jack. I think it all goes in. He's 5.5 million behind. All in announced. All the money goes in. Zello ain't going anywhere with pocket nines. Not to this size shove, 4.7 million. And he reshoves. A Kobe's just, I don't know why you call there, to be honest, on the button. So straight race, pocket nines versus the ace jack. Yannick, while he's all in for his tournament life, he goes high, points up, high cards, that's what he needs. Ace jack versus nines. Zello has him covered. Well, good shot. 10 ball would work. So any ace, any jack, any 10. Queen, well now a king would also work. So ace, jack, king, 10. Doesn't happen. Nines hold. Big moment. Yannick, one of the star players on our feature table. World Series Gold Ring winner. Goes bust in 5th place for 31,000. And then there were 4. Big blind. Still 600k. Plenty of bigs still in play. This is Zello, the chip leader, after winning that race and busting out Yannick in 5th. Alfredo went in 6th, Duplo in 7th, Ari in 8th, Lucky 7, went bust in 9th. Kobe cut off ace 5, 23 bigs, makes it 1.3 million. But Alexander with the suited king jack in the big blind position. $180 players in the PLO 6 Max. 68,000 prize pool. Well, action board, both players connect. Top pair for Kobe, second pair for Alexander. More money's going to go in. Alexander going to check call here. Kobe's going to continue. Well, he checks back, which I don't mind. Bit of disguise, pot control, deuce of diamonds. Now Alexander thinks his king is good, so he's going to lead, but Kobe going nowhere at the moment with top pair. Well, I mean, this would shock me if he folded here. He disguised his hand by checking back on the flop. And now he seems to be doubting his lead. Of course he's going to call 1.7. I think Alexander will feel that he could be in the lead here. Diamond would be an action killer. 9 of hearts. And Alexander definitely thinks he's in the lead. He's going to fire again. Kobe will be calling. Looks like 4.3 million. Or 3.8, something in that region. 3.8 it is. Nicely played. That check back on the flop has earned Kobe a ton of money. 4.8. Of course he's calling. Big pot. 15 million pot. Kobe 7.5 million profit. Alexander, he definitely believed he was in front with King Jack. Big pot. Kobe played it perfect. Extracts the maximum from Alexander. 400 here. Pepe G second in chips. Zello is the chip leader. Kobe third in chips. Short stack now is Alexander. This is Pepe G. 4 left. 300k, 600k is the blind level. About 10 minutes left in this blind level. 90 million chips in play. Pepe G opens, but he's going to get 3-bet here from the short stack. Alexander down to 7.9 million. Puts it all in here. 13 bigs.
6 raise all in. 7 plus.
All 4 players guaranteed 36,500. Small blind, Queen 10 suited. Zelo raises. Kobe's just going to fold this king, or sorry, this 7-3 offsuit. Now, pocket 10s for the short stack. This will work. Big blind 600k. Alexander will open. He tends to go big. 3.5 to 4x. Well, he goes for the lot. Close to a 20 big blind shove this with the tens. Zello says don't bother counting. Just want a rough estimate. Zello won't be interested with Jack Deuce. Kobe. Queen 3. Peppa G folds in the big blind. Alexander, just over 20 bigs now in a stack. 32 bigs for Kobe. Peppa G, 41 big blinds, and chip leader Zello with 57 bigs. Got 140 bigs in play. 150 to be precise. Just about 5 minutes left in this 300k, 600k blind level. Blind v blind. Peppa G is going to win this one. Suited ace under the gun, strong enough for Kobe to open. No interest from any of the players in the blinds. Small blind folds, and Zello, you would have thought would have let that one go, but he decides to put in the 600k to peel a flop with his 9-6. King 4-4. Both miss, ace high still in front. Zello checks. Kobe comes out small. 800k. Now, Zello has floated in these type of spots before. We've seen him with the 3-2 versus the kings on a queen 10 board, but he decides just to let this one go, not complicate matters. Kobe up to 22 million. So the short stack on the table, playing about 18 big blinds, is Alexander Batabak, and he's looking down at ace 4 here. The button position, well, that's tight. Zello, small blind, Chip leaders should be going after all of these blind v blind battles.
7 raise. 2.1.
Makes it 2.1 million. Kobe with 9-5 of clubs. Yes, Zello absolutely crushed in position, but
1 pass.
it's just too big a raise, too risky. Preserve his 20 million stack. And the button moves. Zello, chip leader, playing well. 4 left. Anything can happen.
Six pass. 7 pass.
Queen Jack for Kobe in this small blind.
One call, 600.
Pepe G. Suited queen. He's gonna raise it up.
3 raise. 1.7 million.
Now, Kobe didn't limp to fold, that's for sure. So a couple of options. Folding isn't one of them. Could re-raise, or he could just smooth call here with Queen Jack.
1 heads up.
Heads up, 4 million already in the pot.
1 check.
Pepe G outflops Kobe. I think a continuation bet will end this.
3 bet.
1 million. Pepe G. Bottom pair, backdoor diamonds. Kobe, 2 overcards. Could continue. Backdoor clubs. I think he might stick about. Problem is position. He's out of position. Calls the million here. What's going to happen on the turn? Decided to check raise. I don't know, will it work? I really don't.
Raise. 3.2.
Pepe G is an absolute expert
3 call.
hold'em player. He snaps Kobe off. Kobe not going to be happy with that. A queen will be a 6th card. Deuce on the turn. I think Kobe just shuts down here. Absolutely none of it. He's made a play, hasn't worked. And I think he will apply the handbrake. Well, he's proved me wrong yet again. Cuts out a bet. Looks to be around 6 million.
3.7.
Well, sorry, 3.7. He's just so tough, this guy. 3.7. He snap calls. Well, he cuts out the chips. It's unbelievable. Pepe G in the lead. Now queen for major action. 4 in the river. Kobe with queen high. What's he beating? Well, absolutely nothing. He shuts down. Pepe G checks back. This is a real sick pot. 18 million. Kobe will be sickened when he sees Pepe G's hand. 3s and 4s. It's a tough one to take. But that was super strength on flop, on turn. Calling the check raise and flop, and then the continuation from Kobe on the turn. Massive pot. Big profit for Pepe G. Brings him to the top of the chip count chart. 4 left. Pepe G with the chips. Zello also deep. Short stack. Kobe and Alexander back-to-back. Kobe 12 million. Big blind has increased. It's a 400k, 800k level. 15 bigs for Kobe. 34 million for Pepe G. Did you ever doubt him? Small blind versus short stack in the big blind.
3 call, 800.
Limps in with Jack 9. Alexander back-to-back. 10.5 bigs behind. He throws his blind towards the dealer to indicate that he is checking his option. Going to see a flop. King Jack 5. Pepe G is connected. I check this. Trying to induce some action from Alexander. Checks back. Deuce on the turn. I think now's the time. Pepe G fires at the pot.
3 bet, 1.5.
1.5 million. End of hand. Alexander will post the 400k. Small blind, leave himself with 10 bigs behind. 11 bigs, in fact. Interesting scenario. Pepe G and Zello with all the chips. Kobe 14 bigs, and then Alexander the short stack.
Call, 800.
Alexander, ace 9. Well, strong enough to 3-bet shove like this. He's ahead quite often. Zello is going to be folding. An action back with Pepe G. Last for a count. Suited king. I think this is a fold, but I'm not really 100%. King 5, he is suited.
9,100,000. 9.1.
He'll do the mathematics. I think it's a fold. He'll pick a better spot.
Hey guys, change out the plug everybody.
Now, short stack on the button. King Queen will be opening. Puts the lot in. Zello. Kobe on the blinds will be folding. Kobe down to 10 million. And this will bring Alexander back up to 14 million. Four players. Two big stacks, two short stacks. Alexander with 14 million under the gun, 9-7. All of these four players have locked up 36.5k for themselves. But there is that gold ring and 90,000 for first place to play for. Zello with 34 million. Four-handed. Joint chip leader with Pepe G. Kobe. Suited Queen 7. He's the short stack player. 12 bigs, he folds. Pepe G in the small blind. 8-3. Just not willing to give it up. There's the raise, 2 million. Alexander just has to let it go. 6 deuce in the bin. Pepe G scoops another pot. Kobe is going to have to make a move soon. 12 bigs. Blinds 400k, 800k. Pepe G will open. On the button, pocket eights. Pepe G makes it 1.7 million. Short stack folds. Small blind, and now Zello with the nut low, 3 deuce. Folding in the big blind. Pepe G in control, 37 million. There is 90 million chips in play. 91 million to be precise. 910 players, each of them having a 100k starting stack, gives us 91 million. Peppa G has 37 million of the 91 million in play. Ace, deuce, folds. Alexander on the button with 10-9. Short stack is in the big blind. He's just 10 bigs behind. Looks like a limp from Alexander on the button with the 10-9. Zello, suited king, decides to complete. Kobe getting a free flop with 4 high. King 10, action board. Zello trips. Kobe, none of this, he's gone, but Alexander is going to lose some money here. He's just lighting fire to these chips. They're never going to come back to him. Not in this pot. Zello. Well, this is huge bet, 3.3 million. I mean, this is massive. Absolutely massive. Zello just smooth calls here. King 8. Well, it looks like he's gonna raise it up. The bet size from Alexander, I mean, it was so big. Why did he bet that big? Zello raises. Kobe's folded. Alexander. Now, you might believe that Zello has got 2 pair also. Could be on a draw, spade draw, straight draw. I mean, it's the worst case scenario. He's got a king in his hand. So that is just absolutely brutal. But the amount of money that Alexander has invested in this pot, he's 4 million in it. 7.4 million behind. There's a chance his 9-10 is ahead. Could be up against 10-8. Spade draw, straight draw. It's just his bet sizing. I mean, he just, this king 10. I mean, it required just a very small bet. He folds, he gets away, but he lost a chunk. Leaves himself with 7.4 million. And Zello up now on par with Peppa G. They've all the chips. They've about 80 million between them. Well, not quite. About 75, 76 million between them. And Alexander and Kobe have about 15 million between them. 2 of them are super short. Kobe about 8 million. Alexander 7 million. Under the gun. Sub 10 bigs now for Alexander. Peppa G gets a walk. Posts 400k. The short stacked Alexander posting big blind ante. That's 20% more of a stack invested blind. First to speak is Zello with the jacks, so we're going to see an open for sure. And the short stack on the left hand side of your screen there, Alexander, he's 10 bigs, well 8 bigs behind now, 7.5 in fact. And it won't take much for him to shove. Zello opens with the jacks, Kobe, King 8. Kobe goes for it. Incredible. Interesting spot. Peppa G just folds here. Not good for Kobe, one of his kings. I'm surprised at Kobe because Alexander is in the big blind and he's posted like 1.6 million, just 5.8 behind. So he could have waited, but a suited king, I guess he's blocking quite a lot of premiums. So this gets through quite often, but not on this occasion. And with one of his kings in the dustbin, not a good situation for Kobe, who's played an absolute superb tournament. He really has been one of the standout players, particularly on that last feature table. Ace 10, 7, 3 of spades, king and king only. There's 2 left in the deck. Doesn't happen for Kobe. Eliminated in third. Sorry, what am I talking about? Fourth place for Kobe. 3 remain. He does receive 36,500. Huge payout. Quality player, quality performance. And then there were 3. Zello. He's just floated through this final table. He's never really been under pressure. He's just exploited other players' mistakes. Got it in good. And now he is chip leader 3-way, playing for 90k. Guaranteed himself 45,000. Brilliant opportunity. Alexander moves in the small blind. King 6. Zello counting his chips. Zello folds for 6-5. Half the chips in play in Zello's stack. Gives Peppa G a walk. Peppa G is Joseph Gulas Sr. 3 players remain in this Monsterstack Gold Ring number 6 event. Third place was Kobe. Fourth place was Kobe. There's 3 players left. Now, Zello with King 10 on the button makes it 2 million. Alexander makes the call in the big blind with the Jack 10. Alexander flopped the flush draw, moved in, gets a fold from the chippy, and he's still in this, battling away. Alexander, just looking at the chat there, Apocalypse asking what other events are being streamed. We have the main event next week, and we're doing a 3 special stream. We'll have 2 commentators at least on each stream, and Sunday, Monday and final day Tuesday all being broadcast live from King's Resort. That's the 1 million guaranteed event, 1700 buy-in. Short stack, 11 bigs on the button. 6-4 has to fold this. Zello in the small blind, chip leader, 42 million. Close to half the chips in play. Ace Jack, he's going to raise 2.1 million it looks like. And Pepe G in the big blind with Queen 5 offsuit. Interesting. Pepe G announcing a 3-bet. Well, Zello will continue. That's my prediction. Wow. Oh, wow. That's huge. Well, Pepe G gets his answer. He's going to tank for a couple of more seconds. Make out that he's 3-bet with a legitimate hand. It's a big risk. Could have ran into it there. Zello, well, that would have been crazy. if these two guys got it in. Zello just showing that he's prepared to play for it all. Alexander was just sitting back hoping to hear Pepe G say call. The opportunity for him to go up the ladder once again. He's played a great game, Alexander. He really has. He's been short for so long. Zello in control now. 4-bet shove like that really establishes you as the boss. You've let your opponent know you're not afraid to put all the chips in, play for the lot. Pepe G gets the message. Alexander has to fold the 7-3 in the big blind here. Interesting three-way duel here. It really is. Johan asking about the stream start time on Sunday. I believe it's the same time, 2:30. Well, actually, I don't know for sure. I think it's 2:30. That's the way it was for the January World Series Circuit main event. I think each stream was like 2:30 to about midnight each day. Now Pepe G. Jack 9 suited. Alexander. Well, could be an opportunity. An ace. Small blind. 7 million. Puts it in. 9 bigs. I think Pepe G might call this. It's just like 6.6 million for him to call. It's close. Very close this. Pepe G decides to wait for a better spot. Alexander is the short stack, hanging in there. But he's doing a good job. He's not letting himself get blinded down so low as players are compelled to call us all in with like marginal holdings. He's making moves. He's hustling away there, picking up blinds wherever he can. And he's going to open here on the button. $12 bigs. Probably puts the lot in. That's what he's been doing in the past with this type of hand, with this type of stack. Eights. All in. 9-3 folds. And action moves to Pepe G, who doesn't really have a decision here. 10-5 in the bin. Leaves himself on 30 million, which is average. And Alexander Batovac has about half the average. I think he's about 14 million now. That's the chip leader, center of your screen. Zillow, 50 million. Great situation. There's only 90 million on the table. So he's 60% of the chips in play. Pepe G, ace 8, small blind. Looks at the clock. Makes the raise with the ace 8. He won't be folding to a 3-bet here. Alexander doesn't want to get involved. Leaves himself with 10 million. Pepe G scoops the pot on the button. all of these 3 players have locked up 45k for themselves. Part of that payout, of course, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. $90k up top, plus that gold ring. Who's going to get it? No one knows. Alexander, well, he's still hopeful. Queen 10, he's going to jam this. All-in jam here. And Zello will just fold out. Oh, he calls. Well, that's surprising. That's a little bit light. 10 bigs. Perhaps it's the right call. I'm not sure. I really don't know. It seems a little light. Well, this would bring Alexander right back into it. 21 million pot. And he's just a mile in front here. Now there is chop pot potential for Zello. Does have the backdoor clubs. Oh boy. That's huge. 2 of clubs. Flush draw. 6 would work. 2 for a chop. 8 for a chop, but it's the ace which gives the double to Alexander Batovac. Not sure about that call. Really not. Queen 6. You never really expect to be ahead there. 10 big blind shove. Well, it puts Alexander right back into it. Zello still has the chip advantage, but like, he had a massive advantage, 50 million. Now he's sitting on 39, Pepe G 31, and Alexander Batovac. Well, he gets a soft double in my opinion. And now Ace King. Well, listen, this guy has deserved all he gets. He's working hard. He really is. He is super pumped. In the zone. Nice time to pick up big slick after you get a double. Opens. Ace King. His sizing usually is big. 3.8. Big blind is 800k. The sizing is huge. It's almost a 5x. Zello has a suited ace. Makes the call. Pepe G is just going to sit this one out. I think Pepe G had 6-2. So he's blocking Zello's hand. Zello hits, goes ahead. Bottom pair. Backdoor diamonds. It's going to be a big pot. I don't think Alexander is going to be folding. And I think Zello will put them all in. It's pretty bizarre what's going on here. Absolutely bizarre. Zello got lucky on the flop. Still ahead. 18 million in the pot. Alexander Batovac, 13 million behind. He's not giving up. He keeps going. Ace high. But it looks like he's 13 million. Well, if he's going to bet here, he's just got to put it in. Simple as. But it looks like he's going to check back. ace on the river would be detrimental. Alexander gives up and he just flicks over the ace king, and he's going to be well sickened when he sees ace 2. He's thinking, how come you didn't hit your ace? Massive pot. Zello gets all his money back that he lost in the last hand. Pretty sick hand that. Alexander back to back. 13 million. Zello back up to 48 million. He's 60 of the 110 big blinds in play. Blinds are 400k, 800k. Now, Peppa G, suited king, small blind. I think he puts him in here. Well, he limps. 7 deuce for Alexander. No interest in raising. Flicks the chips in. Both miss. Alexander makes a play for it, and it wins the pot. I'm surprised Peppa G didn't raise suited king pre there. You're watching the monster stack. That's the shortest stack on the table, but he's been, I think, the most impressive three-handed. For me, he's the most hard-working for sure. Alexander, back-to-back. That's Peppa G. Looks to be pretty comfortable with what's going on. Going to fold here on the button, the 9 deuce. And the blind versus blind. Well, Alexander back-to-back is moving in here. King, queen, small blind. He's getting called light from Zello. Well, Zello has a pair. Legitimate call here. Going to see a big race. Huge pot. King, queen versus ace versus eights. Straight race. 28 million pot. Average stack is 30 million. This would put Alexander right in it. Zello with the pair. Alexander needs to hit. Big moment in this tournament. Huge moment. It's worth multiple thousands, this board. Both players are guaranteed the 45k. But it's close to 60k for second. That's the minimum with 90k up top. Now, Jack would work also. 10 would work also. Any high card pretty much does it. 10, king, queen, jack. Doesn't happen. Zello holds. Incredible. And you can just see the strain. Alexander back to back. He gave it 100%. He gets a massive payday. You kind of feel he deserves more. Zello is, I mean, he's cruising. He looks to be super cool. Really good temperament. I think we're going to have a quick turbo break and we're going to set up the heads up. Do join us in about 5 minutes.
So take 3-4 minutes, get that. I think you might move over. 3-6.
So yeah, Trisha's back here right there. Yeah. So did you count these just like?
Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
So, heads up for this monster stack title, gold ring, and approximately €90,000. So the blind level is 40k, 800k. There's 90 million chips in play. Zello with the big chip advantage, but Pepe G is the more experienced player. Alexander back-to-back finished third, 45k. This was a €500 buy-in. So on the button, Papa G. This is a Joseph Aguilas Sr. His son is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. €1.2 million plus just this last December here in the King's Resort. Satellited into the event. Of course, Senior, who's heads up here, has some massive results himself. So definitely the more experienced of the two players here head to head. But Zelo with the chips, and he ain't afraid to play with them. 3 bets with the ace-5, and Pepe G will just give this up. Such an interesting day of poker it really was. We had some real quality in the field. The bubble, final table bubble, 10th place. Martin, yeah, quality player. Got it in with ace 10. It was Kobe with the ace-4, they hit his 4. Kobe went on to finish 4th here on the feature table. Got 36,500 reward. 3rd place, we just seen bust out a short time ago. Alexander back-to-back. Good shot with 2 overs for Pepe G. Ace high still good though. Only 8, 9 or 10 needed for Pepe G. I think he's going to be check calling.
6 bet 2.1.
While he folds. Decides not to chase. Azello extends his lead from Bosnia-Herzegovina. He's been super cool for the last 2 days. Haven't seen him really be put under any extreme pressure. Pepe G, well, it's been a different situation for him. He's been up and down all day, but he's been terrific, really has been refreshing to watch. Some of the plays he made, incredible. I mentioned the player that bubbled the final table, Martin. Crazy hand, King 10 versus Martin with the King 9. Martin hit his 9 on the river, but Pepe G open shoved, won the pot. Zello flopped strips here. Gonna be just check calling. Keep all Pepe G's bluffs in there. There's the check call. Pepe G just 1% equity. 100 to 1 shot to win this hand. And now there's no possible way he can win. Zello checks turn, but Pepe G shuts down. 9 of spades on the river. Zello has the decision. Does he go for value or trap check? Well, Pepe G is the right customer, but Pepe G too clever. Checks back. Zello trying to trap his opponent. Pepe G doesn't fall for it, but Zello extends his lead, 3 to 1 chip advantage. Both of these players have locked up 48,500 in cash, plus the World Series of Poker main event seat. That's valued at 10,350. So, both players guaranteed total payout of 58,850. That's the minimum they're going to be paid. There's an additional 30,400 on top of that for the winner. Of course, there's the question of the gold ring. Just catching up with the chat. And thank you, Apocalypse UK, for tuning in. Appreciate it. We'll see you in the good country, I'm sure. It's been an epic couple of days, this monster stack. Really has been. Some wonderful hands. This is the heads up. We have Papa G, which is Joseph Gulas from the Czech Republic, and Zello Marins from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Zello with all the chips. Pepe G really is tough character. He's flopped the flush draw here. Bottom pair for Zello. It's almost a 50-50 flip here. 2.3 million is the bet size from Zello. Pepe G, well, has the flush draw. Queen is good. 6 is good. That's why he's a greater equity Then Zello, who has a made pair. 4 in the turn. Zello. First to speak. Bottom pair. He's still 2-1 favourite. But there's a bunch of cards that would put Pepe G in front. Pepe G checks back. Turn. Misses. Zello in the lead, but get the feeling Pepe G might make a play for this pot with his busted flush draw. An 8 is a card that would likely be in Pepe G's range here with that call on the flop. So he's going to bet out this river, and it might work, you know. 4 million. 4.5 million. This is big. Big moment. Defining moment. Wow. Be some call. Some call from Zello. Not going to raise it. It's a brilliant call. Sorry. That is a great call. He sussed it out. Zello. And Pepe G down to just 13 million. Blinds are still 400k, 800k, but this level due to expire in the next 5 minutes or so. Massive pot. Huge chip advantage now for Zello against Joseph Gulas. That was some call. $77 million, 90 million in play, 13 million in his opponent's stack. He needs to get that 13 million in order to be awarded the gold ring. Jack 9. Limps. Pepe G shoves with the Queen Jack. Snap fold. Well, Zello hasn't snap folded. He's asked for a count. Jack 9 off for Zello. I think this is just a little bit loose. Zello was called here with Jack 9. Flops a good shot. 10 for a straight. Pepe G in front. I just don't like this call. I mean, it's just bringing Pepe G back into the game too easy. Jack is no good. Gives Pepe G 2 pair. Zello. Well, he just wanted to end it fast. Pepe G now sitting on 26 million. I mean, this guy is an expert player. He really is a quality hold'em player. We've seen him play. He doesn't make mistakes. I'm just calling a shove there with Jack 9. I think it's just too light. Your opponent is going to be ahead pretty much always. Sometimes you're crushed. That was the situation there for Zello. And this is not how to beat this guy when you have a massive chip lead. I think the strat is small ball. Zello. King Jack. Peppa G is limped. Zello raises it up. Peppa G calls the additional 1.2 million. So we're going to see a flop. And Peppa G connects, makes bottom pair, backdoor diamonds. Zello has missed, but he's got the King Jack. Any king, any jack would put him in the lead. Continues. Peppa G is going to call. This 400k, 800k blind level is now expired. So blinds will be 500k, 1 million. Queen on the turn. Zello checks. Peppa G fires. Leads out to protect his hand. I think Zello could just fold here. He could be drawing dead. But he believes either king or jack will be good. Well, it will be. 8 would be good also. That would counterfeit Peppa's pair. Oh, that's pretty sick. 8 on the river. Peppa G ain't checking back, that's for sure. There's no way he's going to check back this. It's 4 million. It's close to 6 million bet. Zello. King high. Now this would be absolute sick call. 5.5 million. Very capable of making this call, Zello. Peppa G gets away with it. And now up to 33 million, which is equivalent to 33 bigs because the new level is 500,000, 1 million. I mean, this guy was on the ropes. Right back in it. Zello still with that chip advantage. Now on the button 6-4. Pepe G, ace 10 suited. Going to raise this up.
Leash 5 me.
5x. 6-4, just can't continue. That is Joseph Gulas, Czech pro. What a performance he's put in today, incredible. When he was so short, 2 and 3 tables out, played so tight. I was actually criticising his play at one stage, but it was absolutely perfect the way he just totally read the temperature of the situation. Started opening up at the exact correct time, going up through the gears perfectly. And now here he is, heads up. But that's the chip leader, Zello. He still has that chip advantage. But I mean, that Jack 9, one of the very few mistakes that Zello has made. But I think it was a critical one, I really do. Because Joseph Gulas is an expert player. Huge experience. When you got him on the ropes, you just got to finish him off. Can't make any loose calls against him. Give himself chips. Well, he'll make the most out of them. He's 32 million. But Zello still has control. Still in charge of his own destiny. He's played pretty flawlessly up until now. He's just floated through this final table. Avoided disaster at the right times. Perhaps that Queen 6 call versus the Queen 10 was just a pip or two too loose. But besides that hand and the Queen 9 hand, I'm struggling to think of any other mistakes he's made in the last couple of days. Pepe realising the value of an ace here, heads up. What's the lot in? Zello, 8-6 of clubs. Well, he just has to fold this. 8 high. I mean, it's incredible that he's such high equity. 48% there versus the ace deuce. But he does fold Pepe G up to 35 million. And this is why I feel Pepe does have the advantage here, heads up. He knows the hands. He knows the hand values. Heads up. But let's see what unfolds. Zello really is a cool customer. Great temperament. Limps here with the 10-7. Pepe G. Jack 8. He is suited. He says deal him out. Let's see a flop. Top pair for Pepe. Middle pair for Zello. This could be problems. Does have the backdoor straight possibility. He bets out 1.5 million. Pepe G Would probably check raise here. There's the check raise from Peppa G. Zello. Now, big decision. Does he stick about? Second pair. Backdoor spades, backdoor straight. Well, he's decided he is going to stick about. $5.5 million. What's going on? What happened? Zello moved in. Am I reading this correct? Peppa G check raised with top pair, and then Zello, instead of just flatting the raise, he reshoved. Peppa G just snapped him off instantly. Ace on the turn, no good for Zello. He's in bad shape, 10 or 7. Peppa G takes the lead. Well, Zello, big misstep there. Sure, did he turn his hand into a bluff? Or did he just try and move Peppa G off a draw? Peppa G top pair. Well, it was interesting how fast that Peppa G snapped him off. I mean, I would have certainly thought about it. Some players even fold. Zello has surrendered his advantage. Gulas, look at the concentration. Wants to make sure he gets paid every single chip. He will. These dealers are top class. Andy Tillman overseeing the count. Concentration from this guy is incredible. It really is. Well, I mean, he's going to be super tough to beat now. He really, like, I think I get the feeling of Zello that he thought it was over. He had all the chips and he just tried to finish it a little bit too quick. Look, he's still in this. I'm not writing the guy off, but I'm telling you now, that is massive advantage to Peppa G. If you were going to put a bet in this, well, there's only one player you'd bet on. The guy with the experience. The guy with the momentum. The guy with the chips. It's Peppa G. Zelo was favourite. He had Peppa G exactly where he wanted him. He called him off beautiful. He caught Peppa G absolutely beautiful. Peppa G tried to bluff. Left him with a massive chip advantage. 4.5 to 1, 5 to 1 chip advantage. And then he just made that loose call with the Jack-9. I think that's when the cracks started to appear. Zello just wanted to end it. He just wanted to finish Peppa off quickly. Ace, King, Deuce. Zello has connected. Second pair. Peppa will make a play for this pot. And you see the bet sizing, the experience. He's like minimal exposure. The 1 million bet size. It's okay. Gets the information. 7 high. Well, I'm surprised he's continuing. He does have the backdoor clubs. And he doesn't believe. Zello for an ace. Okay. Peppa G. Oh wow, Peppa G made a play here. He re-raised with 7 high, no pair, no draw, and Zello just put the lot in with second pair. Both players didn't believe each other for an ace, and both were correct. Zello just showing how fearless he is. He's willing to put it in at any stage. Peppa made it 1,000,000, got check raised to 2.5, and I think Peppa G made it 5.5, and then Zello put the lot in. Ace 9, big hand, heads up. 28 big blinds in a stack. Gonna raise on the button. Looks like 2 million min raise. Oh wow, well, could go in. It really could. Kings for Peppa G. That's his hand of the day. Remember, he got them back to back, and it catapulted them right up the chip count chart. 3 bets, and you know what Zelo does here? There's no prizes for guessing. He's going to 4-bet rip. I know he is. There's the all-in. Couldn't help himself. Snap call from Peppa G. Peppa G has his opponent exactly where he wants him. Massive favourite. Zello, Ace 9, Peppa G with Cowboys. This is huge. This is worth huge money. It's worth €30,400. That's the difference between second and first. Zello needs to hit an ace. No ace, no 9. 3 aces in the deck. Well, there's the trip draw. So another 9 would work. So ace or 9, 5 outs. Peppa G wins the tournament. What a comeback. That was an incredible comeback. Zello, what a gent. Smiles. Fist bumps his opponent. What a score for Zello. Great performance all day. But when it came to the heads up, he was exposed because the more experienced player, Sean, Zello, put in a great performance. Got to hand it to the guy. Played a great tournament. But look at this guy, Joseph Goulas. What an incredible year him and his family are having. Really special. His son, Joseph Goulas Jr., I mentioned earlier, is the World Series Poker Europe champion. The young man satellited into the 10K main event and won it for 1,270,000 or there, something like that. Some crazy kind of payout he had. And now Joseph Sr., known here as Peppa G, gets another trophy. Massive moment. It really is. Huge payout, but the money comes and goes. But the title, trophy, well, that lasts. Really special. Another title for the household. Another joyous moment. It's been a brilliant tournament. This guy, it's like, you got to hand it to him. He was superior, wasn't he? He was top quality. He battled when it was down to, I think, 2 tables. Martin Karimov was the player who bubbled the final table. Martin looked to be the star player, but it was this guy who just put him in his box. He was up and down, wasn't straightforward, wasn't an easy ride. Whereas the runner-up, Zello, he seemed to be just sailing through that final table. Didn't really get challenged. Just picked his spots well. It was just when it got short-handed that he was a little bit exposed. Brilliant tournament. Bye from me. Bye from Kings.